Let's go, fire starters. Are we loud and clear? Hit that like button. Drop your fire and TVs in the chat. We up.
Feel the fire.
What's good, everybody? What's good, everybody? We loud and clear out there. Hit that like button, man. What's good with y'all? What's up, nation? What's up with y'all, man? We've been having a whole lot of technical difficulties today, but we made it through. What's up with you, man? Nappy Image been here from the beginning. Jewel 512, if you out there, appreciate you. Jazzy, what's good with you? Kosher Kid. AJ Matthews, what's up, man? Stop on that like button. What's good with y'all, man? I appreciate y'all patience. Everybody coming up in here as GFTV getting ready to break down another fire flame live, man. Everybody come on up in here, hit that like button. Shout out to the whole nation out there. We back, y'all. Hit that like button, man. I appreciate y'all. Strategic drop. We back. What's good, Rittler? William Jones was good with you. Kyra knows what's up. Y'all stomp on that like button, man. I missed y'all just as well as y'all miss me. Peep the motherfucking game, y'all. Peep the game. Because I know we all have been watching literally what has been taking place right before our eyes. But the bullshit stops today. The bullshit stops today. Because all these goddamn years, as Gene Deal say, the biblical betrayal of the notorious B.I.G. Are you serious? Are you serious? Hit that like button, y'all, because I don't think y'all understand how deep this situation is. All right? Because for over, that's right, for damn near 30 years, y'all, 30 years, peep the game, 30 years, for damn near 30 years, Gene Deal has told lies. For damn near 30 years, Gene Deal looked in Voletta Wallace's face and lied to Biggie mother for the past 30 goddamn years. For the last 30 goddamn years, Gene Deal been sitting up here protecting P. Diddy. And I don't think a lot of people realize what the fuck is going on. But we're going to break down this motherfucker systematically, because it's about time that all his lies and all his bullshit narrative get put to an end. Shout out everybody that's coming up in here, because we all know we done heard so many stories. And like I said, when you have an individual that constantly goes on all these platforms, y'all, peep the game. He goes on all these platforms now, simultaneously. They're kicking that shit out. They're making sure that his narrative about the whole Biggie situation, they're making sure his narrative about the whole situation that went down with P. Diddy was exactly the way he's telling it, when we know that's a goddamn lie. Now, We gonna take it all the way back. Shout out everybody that's coming up in here. Stomp on that like button. I appreciate y'all because from the very beginning, March 8th, 1990 motherfucking 7. When Gene Deal gave us that bullshit story about what went on out there in LA with Biggie. Now he said when Big got killed, y'all, Puffy left everybody out there, right? Hit the like button. We're going to strategically break this lying motherfucker down because he tried to blame everything on Puffy and D-Rock as he came out with this miniature Gene Deal produces and comes out with this piece of shit documentary. And he got a nerve to name it The Biblical Betrayal. Everybody pay attention. We gonna fuck him up tonight, tomorrow, the next day, and the next day because he done gave us so much information to go off of, y'all. All right, and a lot of people ain't paying this no mind from the very beginning. Let me show y'all where Gene D made his mistake at. Everybody hit the like button. Drop your fire and TVs in the chat. Because what we about to be getting into is very deep. No Diddy deep. That type of shit. Shout out the whole nation up in here. I appreciate y'all. Stomp on that like button. And with that being said, the show has already begun. Because this is the documentary, y'all. Everybody pay attention here. This is the documentary that Gene Deal and some individuals behind the scenes put together this biblical betrayal of Biggie Smalls, right? As Gene Deal comes up here on this documentary, y'all. And I want y'all to pay attention to something. Gene Deal said when Big got killed, shout out everybody that's coming up in here, he said P. Diddy left everybody in LA and went back to New York. Gene Deal said that it hurt his heart so much about what happened that night with the notorious B.I.G. that he couldn't stand to look in Biggie's mother's face without telling her the truth, right? Well, let me ask you something, you piece of shit liar, because the way you had been portraying Diddy, the way you had been portraying Puffy before Biggie got killed and after Biggie got killed, and the way you said that he did y'all while y'all were out there, he ain't give y'all enough security. You said Biggie shouldn't have been out there. Back to this part. He said that he was so hurt and so ashamed that he had to look Biggie's mother in her face. And it was on his heart so bad that he had to tell the truth about what happened to Voletta Wallace's son, also known as the Notorious B.I.G. But it's something that strikes me that seems very off, very odd, and very strange, y'all. And like I said, we always make real life matters, make real life sense. Now, if a motherfucker that you working for, if a motherfucker that you working for, literally, you know in your heart, because you already said it 100 times, right, Gene Deal, that Biggie was set up by who? Puffy, right? You said that out your own fucking mouth, Gene Deal. Not only did you say it out your mouth, you said right after the situation happened, he left Biggie body out there in LA and he left you out there in LA, right? Not only did he leave you out there in LA, he left the whole Junior Mafia and everybody he came with out there. He left all y'all out there, right? With the goons, right? Hit the like button, strategic drop. A motherfucker just shot and killed the biggest rapper in the fucking world. And Diddy leave all y'all out there? He leave all y'all out. Pay attention, y'all. Biggie just got knocked down by some real live snakes and demons. But Gene Deal said Diddy left everybody out there, right? So if he left everybody out there, what is that basically saying? Because we know actions speak louder than words. Basically, his biggest artist got killed, right? So he leave all y'all out there to what? Also get killed too, right? If his biggest artist just got knocked down right in front of you and in front of the whole Junior Mafia and everybody that was there that night, and Diddy left your ass and everybody out there in LA, including Biggie's body, Biggie body. Biggie wasn't even in the goddamn morgue yet. Biggie body ain't even get coat tagged yet. He ain't even get the tag toe. He ain't even get the toe tag yet. And Diddy was already up out of there. But let me make real life matters, make real life sense. Like I said, Gene Deal said that he told Voletta Wallace the truth. He couldn't stand to look that woman in the eyes because he wouldn't want nobody to look his mama in the eyes and lie to his mama. He be wanting somebody to what? Tell the truth to his mama, right? So Gene Deal, make this make sense. If Biggie died on your watch and Puffy set it up, you claim Big and D-Rock was a part of this major conspiracy, right? So if D-Rock and P. Diddy did such a thing, why did you continue to still work for him? Hit the like button. Why did you still continue to work for Diddy after Biggie got killed? Hit that like button. You see, we gonna make real life matters make real life sense. You know why you kept working for Diddy? Because he made you a promise. Just like you made him a promise, Gene Deal. And the promise was for you to keep Biggie comfortable. That's what you did. You lied to Biggie, Gene. You told Biggie that if they gonna kill you, they gonna have to kill me to kill you, bro. Bro, this is what you told Biggie to his face. And this is why Biggie put so much trust in you. Like you said, he was telling you everything that was going on with the contracts and what he was about to do and how he was about to leave the label and shit, right? Right. That's because he trusted you, right? Because you told him, listen, bro, we ain't got no business out here in California, but let me tell you something. Before they get to you, they gonna have to get to me. Before they send you back in the box, I'll be coming back in the box with you. But the crazy thing about it, y'all, why Biggie the only one that came back in a box? Stomp on the like button. Drop y'all fire and TVs in the chat because we're about to break this shit down. Shout out the whole nation, man. Let's go, man. Fair use. Everything you hear in this live is for educational and research purposes only. All right? If the shoe don't fit, don't try to size the motherfucker on your foot because you might trip and fall dead on your motherfucking face. And with that being said, y'all know what it is. Y'all know what it ain't. Y'all know what's flammable. Just put fucking fire to it and watch the bitch blow. And with that being said, let's fucking go, man. Shout out the whole nation and everybody that's out there, man. Let's go, man.
Soul Train is these are the shoes that he wore right there from his clothing line, Brooklyn Mint. That right there says Notorious Big right there. These are the shoes that he wore on his Soul Train, his last performance on Soul Train, which is actually my shoes, and I let him use those in his last performance. I hope you don't mind me using this sweater. I never put it on before, and it's kind of eerie feeling of me putting it on now. But I want to really go in depth with some things that I didn't speak about to you guys regarding the death of Notorious Big.
You hear this, right? Regarding the death of the Notorious Big. Now, for the ones who don't know, we're going to get straight down to business. The shirt that he has up there, all right? The shoes that he has up there is his actual shoes, but he let Biggie borrow them. You see what I'm saying? And like I said, he named this documentary he put together the biblical betrayal of the Notorious B.I.G. And you know why he named it that?
For those who want to criticize me for coming out and telling the truth, what would you do if you had to spend a day with one of the greatest lyricists, the greatest songwriter, and he entrusted you with some of his personal matters? And he entrusted you with some of his personal matters.
He entrusted you with some of his personal matters, right? Peep the game, y'all. All right? Because we come to get down to business. Now, for the ones who don't know, Like I said, Gene Deal was sent at Biggie by P. Diddy to get some very informative information out of Biggie, bro. And that's what Gene Deal did. That's what Gene Deal did. As we're going to hear Gene Deal explain all this shit that he claimed Biggie told him right before he died. All this happened out there while they were in LA, y'all. All of a sudden, out of everybody that he's involved with, he's telling Gene Deal, like I said, out of everybody, he's telling Gene Deal all his personal secrets. Like I said, out of everybody,
some of his deepest dark secrets of success and betrayal. How would you feel if you had to look that man's mother in her eyes after he was gunned down in the streets of California? When you pulled him out the car that he was murdered in, who would you turn to? Who would you look for guidance, counseling, help? To save you from the pain that you had inside yourself, that you knew that you could have saved his life, or you could have stopped it that particular day. What would you do?
if you could have stopped it, why you wasn't in the motherfucking car with Big? This is the biggest rapper. This is the bag that y'all are supposed to be protecting. So why you in the car with Diddy? Why you in the car sitting behind Diddy? You see, y'all, let me break something down to y'all. A lot of people have no idea because they allow this shit to go over their head and under their motherfucking feet. Gene Deal tried to make this illustration as if he was exactly in the same truck with Big when the situation happened. Y'all know that, right? The whole time, Gene Deal is what? Standing by Biggie all night long, right? We done heard him tell the stories. We done seen the pictures, as y'all see right here, right now. Gene Deal was right there up on Big. Every picture y'all see in LA, Gene Deal is in that picture. Right next to Big. No matter what picture y'all pull up, y'all will see Gene Deal standing right in back of Big at all times. He's illustrating the story like he was actually in the car and in the truck when these shots went off, y'all. Gene Deal wasn't in the truck. Gene Deal was in the truck with P. Diddy. How the bag in back of y'all? Hit the like button. Strategic drop. Gene Deal is in the front. Gene Deal and Biggie's, Gene Deal and Puffy SUV is in the front of Biggie's. How y'all protected and bodyguarding something in the front of something when y'all supposed to be in the back of some shit? Right? Check it out. Like we have so many receipts.
and he still picked out the green one. And Gene Deal, seated behind Puffy, would claim the Impala was steel blue or green.
Hit the like button. Strategic drop. We gonna break this motherfucker up. Y'all think it's a game, right? Okay, we gonna see about time next week come around this time. We gonna see what it say, y'all. This is Gene Deal right here. You see this dot? Dot, 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 dot. Why is Gene Deal and Puffy all the way up here? And Biggie truck back here, y'all. Hit the like button. Shout out everybody in here. We're talking about, hold on. I want to show y'all some shit. Because I am one of the best to do this shit, bro. One of the best. What y'all see? What y'all see? We see all the individuals that snaked out big from the very beginning, including Stevie J, who fucking Biggie wife, including P. Diddy, that was fucking Biggie wife, including Gene Deal, that was fucking Lil' Kim. That part, Gene Deal, tell the truth, nigga. Why you trying to snitch on the whole Junior Mafia and D-Rock and everybody else that was running trains on Lil' Kim? You was one of them also. But we gonna get to that in a minute. But like I said, if you look at every picture, y'all, of Big's final moments in LA, every picture you see, you will see Gene Deal right in back of Big, right? Hit the like button every time, right? So why Gene Deal talking all this shit about they done got all these calls about they were about to get ran down on, they were about to get killed. Y'all need to get up out of there. Y'all shouldn't have been in Cali in the first place. So why when y'all came out the Peterson Museum with that fake ass smoke alarm fire bullshit, you supposed to be the security guard for Big. Why is you up here in the front in the truck with Diddy and Biggie back here? Huh? You said the security was light, right, Gene Deal? You already said it wasn't enough security out there, right? So why wasn't you on your job? Why you ahead of Biggie and not in back of Biggie? No Diddy. That part. Shout out everybody that's coming up in here. Because Lil' Kim got a lot to do with this, and we're going to break that shit down. This is going to be a serious breakdown, y'all. All right? This will not be a 1-part, 2-part, or a 3-part series. This will be a multiple series breakdown. And you can best to believe I will bring, like I always have, I will bring the evidence, the credibility, and the truth that we all have been waiting for, like I always had. Because like I said, y'all, this shit Gene Deal has been talking ain't making no goddamn sense. Now, everybody listen close. Everybody pay attention. Shout out Angela. What's good? Indian Summer. Shannon. All my fire stars that's coming up in here, man. I appreciate y'all. Everybody that's coming up in here, man. Unique came out and said he called Gene from the feds to warn them, but Puff said he going anyway, right? Right. But you have to pay attention, Miss Lady T. I wouldn't give a fuck what Puffy said if a motherfucker called me directly and told me, like, bro, they gonna knock you down, they gonna knock some shit down, you bet not go. Would you go? Right? Miss Lady T, shout out to you, baby girl. If somebody called you from the feds and told you directly, like, yo, don't show up. Don't go to that goddamn party, bro. All right? I'm getting word that you don't get knocked down. Biggie gonna get knocked down. All y'all motherfuckers that's there gonna get knocked the fuck down. It doesn't matter if your boss tell you to go or not. Are you going to go? After somebody that just called you and warned you and gave you the whole play on what's about to happen. Would you go? Hell no. Who would actually go? But Gene Deal still what? He still chose to play his part. You know what his part was? Okay, to continue to distract, mislead and deceive the notorious B.I.G., ladies and gentlemen. Everybody pay attention. Hit the like button now.
Even showed him photos back and said the car was light greenish. Detectives even showed him photos taken in various lighting conditions of both black and greenish color Impalas, and he still picked out the green one. And Gene Deal, seated behind Puffy, would claim the Impala was steel blue or gray.
You see this, right? Hit the like button, strategic drop. Now, all these individuals that was there that night, we got Junior Mafia, we got Puffy, we got Gene Deal. Everybody is giving different descriptions and different colors of this fucking Impala, y'all. All right? Everybody gave a different color and a different description of this Impala, including Gene Deal. While everybody in Junior Mafia was saying the Impala was blue. The Impala was blue. Green Deal sitting up there saying it's gray. It's gray and green. Peep the game, y'all. All right? Everybody peep the game now. All right, we're going to start it right from here.
Well, the witnesses who were closest to the shooting claimed the shooter's car was actually green, or a bluish-gray color. But the witnesses who were farther away, they thought it was black. So let's try to settle this by looking at the actual witness statements and where those witnesses were positioned when the shooting happened.
Hit the like button, y'all. Where my fire starters at? Stomp, step, and stand on that like button, man. Let's get the awareness out. This is a very informative live, man. Let's go. We ain't here to play. We back.
It was the middle of the night, and only the witnesses who were the farthest away from the shooting thought the Impala looked black. They were an MTA bus driver who was approaching Fairfax on Wilshire going westbound, and Reggie Blaylock and Paul Offord in the security vehicle. Ken Story, who was Puffy's driver, thought he might have seen an Impala parked across the street facing the other direction when they'd first pulled out of the parking garage, but he didn't see the shooter's car when the shooting happened. So the people literally the farthest away of all the witnesses thought that in the dark, under the streetlights, it looked black. Everybody else who saw the Impala up close said it was green or blue. Lil Cease, who was seated right behind Biggie, and who is the closest surviving witness to the shooting, said the car was dark green. G-Money, who was Biggie's driver, said the car was greenish. And in Puffy's Suburban, Anthony Jacobs, who was in the third row of seats in the back, also looked back and said the car was light greenish. Detectives even showed him photos taken in various lighting conditions of both black and greenish color Impalas, and he still picked out the green one. And Gene Deal, seated behind Puffy, would claim the Impala was steel blue or gray.
Now, what kind of car was that then?
It was a SS Impala.
Okay.
97.
Okay. 97?
Yeah.
Okay, what color was it?
I think it was steel. I don't know if it was steel blue, steel gray. Because Tony had mentioned it like, yo, that shit is fat. You know what I'm saying? Because he in the car and shit like that. You know what I'm saying?
So it's kind of like a gray or a dark color to you?
Like, no, it's a light, like a steel color. You know what I'm saying?
Steel?
A light.
Okay, so who's lying here? Okay, because we got Junior Mafia, and what I don't understand, y'all, everybody has to pay attention. Remember, Gene Deal in them is all the way up here, y'all. Okay? Gene Deal in them is all the way up here. All right? Little C's, Junior Mafia in them is all in this truck right here where Big is at. So if anybody would get a what? An exact vehicle description of this Impala would be the ones that are in the car with Biggie, not up here with Puffy, right? Right? You see, when we make real life matters, make real life sense all the time. All right? This motherfucker done said so much on these platforms, bro. He done literally forgot how much he done said. Are y'all noticing how much content that the media is producing on Gene Deal? And we know why. We know why they're producing this much Gene Deal content, because they're trying to stir the narrative on what actually happened from his perspective or from the evil side of the door that P. Diddy and the motherfuckers rocking with on that end. Because we don't see how the whole Bad Boy record label and the motherfucking crew was all out there. The only one that lost their life was Biggie. Now, if it was a real East Coast, West Coast war, and we got the whole Bad Boy staff, record label, and the motherfucking crew right here in Los Angeles, we gonna knock all y'all motherfuckers down. Y'all ain't going back to New York talking about no East Coast shit. Right or wrong? Right or wrong? Let me say this again. They said it was an East Coast, West Coast war. New York versus LA. California versus New York, however you want to fucking put it, right? Tupac Shakur lost his life in Las Vegas on the West Coast now, right? And now we got Bad Boy, record label, the staff, and the motherfucking crew all comes out to the West Coast, all right? Where they're all vulnerable, where the West Coast can literally get their get back, right? Not on one person, not on two person, but on the whole Bad Boy. Y'all have to remember, it was Junior Mafia affiliates out there and the Who, the king of the throne. Now everybody might be looking at the king of the throne. It's actually Biggie, right? When in reality, y'all, the king of the throne was actually P. Diddy. The real king of the throne was P. Diddy at that time. And if the West Coast wanted to get a get back and make it stick, stomp, step, and stand on it, they would have knocked down who? Biggie and Puffy and the whole goddamn Junior Mafia. Straight like that. Nobody would have made it back to New York. Nobody. But let's go, y'all. We go run it back one more time for everybody that's just coming up in here, where we make real life matters, make real life sense. Let's go.
Bluish gray color. But the witnesses who were farther away, they thought it was black. So let's try to settle this by looking at the actual witness statements and where those witnesses were positioned when the shooting happened. It was the middle of the night, and only the witnesses who were the farthest away from the shooting thought the Impala looked black. They were an MTA bus driver who was
Only the witnesses far away from the shooting.
approaching Fairfax on Wilshire going westbound, and Reggie Blaylock and Paul Offord in the security vehicle. Ken Story, who was Puffy's driver, thought he might have seen an Impala parked across the street facing the other direction when they'd first pulled out of the parking garage, but he didn't see the shooter's car when the shooting happened. So the people literally the farthest away of all the witnesses thought that in the dark, under the streetlights, it looked black.
Wow.
Everybody else who saw the Impala up close said it was green or blue. Lil Cease, who was seated right behind Biggie.
Little C's that was sitting right behind Biggie, y'all. Pay attention. Hit the like button. Little C's that was sitting right behind Biggie. All right, that actually seen the shooter. It was even rumors when this situation first went down, okay, that Little C's was put under evaluation for 72 hours after the situation happened with Biggie. They took him to the mental psych ward, allegedly. Okay? But, like I said, y'all, pay attention.
And who is the closest surviving witness to the shooting, who was seated right behind Biggie, and who is the closest surviving witness to the shooting, said the car was dark green. G-Money, who was Biggie's driver, said the car was greenish.
Hear this, right? Everybody that's in this car, pay attention.
And in Puffy Suburban, Anthony Jacobs, who was in the third row of seats in the back, also looked back and said the car was light greenish. Detectives even showed him photos taken in various lighting conditions of both black and greenish color Impalas, and he still picked out the green one. And Gene Deal, seated behind Puffy, would claim the Impala was steel blue or gray.
Okay, hit the like button. What the fuck going on here? Everybody's saying the Impala is greenish. Gene Deal, the only one talking about the shit is gray, y'all. And he in front of the shooters. He ain't even in the peripheral. Like, he ain't even in eyesight. The shooter not even in his peripheral. All right? At all. At all. So, from the jump, y'all, Gene Deal, when this situation first happened, Gene Deal started a lot of confusion, bro. Because there's no way Little C's and everybody else that's in the car that was the closest surviving victims of the shooting tells the investigators the exact color of the car. But Gene Deal is the only one that's still to this day that's giving the narrative about what happened that night. It's the only one saying that the car was a different color. I wonder why. And we wonder why we still haven't found the killers. Yeah. You wonder why, right?
Now, what kind of car was that then?
It was a SS Impala,
Okay.
97.
Okay. 97?
Yeah.
Okay, what color was it?
I think it was steel. I don't know if it was steel blue, steel gray, because Tony had mentioned it like, yo, that shit is fat. You know what I'm saying? Because he in the car and shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
So it's kind of like a gray or a dark color to you?
Like, no, it's a light, like a steel color. You know what I'm saying?
Steel?
A light color. Like either steel gray or steel blue or something like that. You know what I'm saying? Like a sky blue or steel gray, something like that.
How can you get steel gray, steel blue mixed up with a greenish fucking color, y'all? Okay? You put green and blue in front of your face, it's the total opposite of each other. Either way you put it, And when somebody tells the total opposite of something that actually happens, what are they trying to do? Let me say it again. When somebody tells the total opposite of what actually happened, what narrative are they trying to push? Huh? Shout out Paula. What's up with y'all? What's good with you? Because if you ain't telling the truth, we know that you're trying to tell a lie, right? Exactly. And watch the lies continue to come on in.
On my nigga from North Carolina, I guess he thought I knew him. I guess the dude was a junior mafia. He was a kid that Big them knew. You understand? He said it. So we goes back into the studio, because at this time Puff was wanted Big to put Charlie Baltimore on some music, so they could squash out all that shit. So he was making certain kind of promises to her because of the incident that they had at the Four Seasons Hotel. So I think I went up front to check the front and everything. I came back, Puff and Big them is all in the studio and everything like that. And Big said to himself, yo, Puff, I need some more security. I need security.
Hit the like button. This is what things about to open up, y'all.
Said to himself, yo, Puff, I need some more security. I need security. And Puff said, bruh, I got GEAN here for you.
Hit the like button. Say it again.
And Puff said, bruh, I got GEAN here for you.
I got GEAN here for you. Pay attention. Biggie said out his own mouth. GEAN Deal said, Biggie said, I need more security. So if he's telling Puffy that he needs more security while GEAN Deal is there, that means that he doesn't trust GEAN Deal decision making, or he doesn't trust GEAN Deal to protect his life, right? Hit the like button. Strategic drop. It only makes sense. He just said that he looked at Puffy and told Puffy, bro, I need more security. Puffy said, I got GEAN Deal here. I got GEAN here with you. No shit. Biggie already know GEAN is there with him. But if he's still asking you for more security, what that's telling you, he don't trust GEAN. He don't feel as though GEAN is going to protect his life out here in LA. I need some more security. I need somebody around that I feel as though I can trust. Because let me ask y'all a question. If Biggie felt so secure with GEAN Deal, why would he ask Puffy for more security? Remember, this is a person that told GEAN Deal all of his secrets about him writing Lil' Kim shit, which we already knew that. We already knew Biggie was writing Lil' Kim shit. He done told the secrets about how he was about to get rid of a lot of people in Junior Mafia and how he was about to take him and his brand to another label. He trusted you to tell you all that, but he's not trusting you with his life. Not trusting you to the point where as though he even asks Diddy, yo, I need more security, bro. All right? I need more security.
Security. And Puff said, bruh, I got GEAN here for you. Right there at the studio. And then Big, I guess he was setting it up because D-Rock had already told him that I blew an L with him. D-Rock told Big, he said, he must have told Big, because Big said, yo, GEAN is back outside blowing L's with D-Rock. And I looked at this nigga D-Rock, and I was like, nah, this nigga ain't said that to Big. It hadn't been 15 minutes that this man that gave me his hand shook my hand and said, yo, he was gonna hold that to himself. And of course he didn't. Puff said, nah, I don't believe that shit. Gene ain't smoke. Gene don't smoke no weed. He said, yo, Gene, you smoking weed with D-Rock? I said, I don't know what he talking about. And then Big said, D-Rock, he asked D-Rock again, yo, D-Rock, did Gene blow an L with you? And D-Rock said, word to that man, that dude again, from North Carolina that had passed and everything like that. And like that. He said, nah, Puff said, I don't believe that about Gene. I said, so my thing about it is, now I'm going to get it off the subject. I said, oh, Big, you want to talk? Because me and Big, I spent the whole day with him. Here it is.
He spent the whole day with Big, and Big told him everything, right? All his secrets. Now, all of a sudden, Big tells on you he need more security. He don't trust you because you outside smoking. Why would he snitch on you when he just told you all his personal shit? Do that make sense, y'all? Do that make sense? And Biggie just spent the whole day with you and told you all of his personal secrets and all his initiatives and everything that he was about to do behind P. Diddy back. Why would he tell Diddy that you were smoking, knowing everything that you just told him, that you could go back and tell everything he just told? Right? Make it make sense, y'all. Okay, let me break this down to y'all. For example, if Angela and me are having a conversation and I'm doing security for Angela, right? And she decide to open up and express what's really going on and how she feel about what's going on at the label and everything like that, right? Right? Angela doesn't feel safe. So she asks for more security. Somebody tells Angela that I was outside smoking and I wasn't supposed to be smoking. Do you think Angela, I'm just saying, real life matters, make real life sense. Do you actually think Angela will go back and snitch on me for smoking when I wasn't supposed to be smoking, when Angela just opened up and told me all of the backdoor moves that she was about to just do on Bad Boy? Why would she do that knowing I got all this vital information on her? Why would she tell on me that I'm smoking when I got all this vital information on you, bro? It doesn't make sense. Why would Big actually sit there and tell Diddy that Gene Deal is smoking when he just done told you all this vital information about what he was about to do and how he was about to leave Bad Boy, knowing if he told Puffy that you were smoking, you was going to go back and tell what? Diddy all that. So I'm not with that, bro. That don't make no sense at all. Remember, Gene Deal was around Biggie plenty of times, plenty of days, plenty of months. Why this one day before Biggie gets killed, y'all? Pay attention. This one day he spent with Big. Big decide to tell him all of his personal information. Shit that he haven't told his mama. Shit that he haven't told his bitch. Shit that he haven't told his wife. But he gonna tell a whole stranger? Okay. Peep the game now.
My thing about it is, now I'm going to get it off the subject. I said, oh, Big, you want to talk? Because me and Big, I spent the whole day with him. Here it is. I didn't know it at the time, but I was talking to a man that thought he was going to die, or knew he had death coming at him. Because all the things that he was telling me about the Junior Mafia,
See?
Little Kim,
Right.
you understand?
Right.
All the things that he was talking about, what he was planning to do with the groups that he
Right.
had,
Right.
what he was planning to do in his life. It was like he was using me as some kind of vessel to vent all his hopes and his dreams that he really didn't see. Because he knew or he felt he had death on him.
Right. And if he didn't have death on him, death definitely was on him after you done came out and allegedly exposed everything that he told you. Why wouldn't Diddy be more upset, right? After Biggie just told you all these personal, vital information about what he was about to do and how he was about to leave Bad Boy, right? So let's say that this situation did happen and Big did tell him all his personal business, and Big did turn around and tell that he was smoking, and G Deal turned around and snitched on Big about how he was leaving Bad Boy. I guess it's fair to say, okay, for that exact reason, is that the reason why Puffy also put the hit out on Big? Because you went back around your mouth, Gene Deal, about him leaving the label. Hit the like button, strategic drop. Let's go. Which one is it? Which one is it? You see, we make real life matters make real life sense all the time. Let me say it again, y'all, in case it went over your head and under your feet too fast. Okay, let's just say that Big did tell that J Deal was smoking a blunt, right? Okay, and Biggie did tell J Deal all his personal business, right? And how he's about to leave Bad Boy, how he's about to leave the label and what he's about to do after this album, right? And he goes back and tell Puffy that Big about to leave the label. He got other deals signed up. He got other deals lined up, and he doing business behind your back. Ain't that enough to make what? P. Diddy kill that motherfucker? Let me explain something to you. All right? Strategic information. If it is a label that's supposed to be putting so much into your craft and so much into your career, and you find out from a third party person that your main artist is planning to leave the label without telling you, without giving you heads up, how would you feel? How would you feel? What would be going through your head? How would you be feeling? What would be on your heart after you just done invested all this time, all this energy into this artist to making him the biggest artist in the world just for a third party individual to come back and tell you that, yo, this nigga talking about leaving the label. He got other deals lined up and he doing business ventures behind your fucking back, bro. Right. So is it safe and fair to say, okay, is that one of the reasons why Puffy decided to knock down Big? Is that one of the reasons why Gene Deal sat back in the cut this whole time and watched the whole thing play out? Because, like I said, every picture we see with Gene Deal, he's standing right there in back of Big, bro. Every picture, every one. Okay? Not to mention, y'all, all right? as we get a little bit surgical now. We about to get surgical, okay? The night Biggie died, okay? He died on numerology, all right? March 8th, 1997, when we know 38 in numeral breakdown is murder, right? Hit the like button because they tell us this from the jump right here. "38 murder by the numbers." Okay? As we also see some alleged sacrifices take place this March past, right? It was a lot of weird things that happened this past March. It's a lot of weird things that happened in the month of March. Okay, so Biggie died on March 8th, 1997. Okay, the numerology definition of 38, which is what? Murder by the numbers. All right, not to mention, y'all, all right, everything that's going on at this Peterson Museum, at this Peterson Museum gives sacrificial vibes. Okay, even down to the checker flags as we see the duality. All right. As we see Diddy, he also was wearing black and white on that night. All right. Not to also mention, y'all, Biggie's last performance was at the Soul Train Music Awards out there in LA. As we see Big with the cane. Okay, we know Big couldn't walk hardly without that cane leading up to his death. All right, shout out Paula Hall for the super sticker, super chat. I apologize, baby. I'm so into my content. I appreciate you. Thank you for the super sticker, super chat, endorsement, and sponsorship of this live. Thank you also, Sharice79, for becoming a new member of the Fire Flame Nation. Thank you, baby. Appreciate you and everything that y'all do over here to support the fire and the flame, man. All right. Now, as y'all see, when Gene Deal does this interview, this documentary also has sacrificial vibes. I'm just calling it like I see it. All right. He has on the notorious B.I.G. He has on his actual Coogee, not to mention, all right, these shoes. All right. It's the last shoes Big wore or the performance or his last performance out there in LA, which was Gene Deal shoes. Now pay attention. This sequence is also in the movie, y'all. This sequence with Gene Deal is also in the movie. Because we remember in the Notorious movie when Big was like, yo, find me some motherfucking shoes that can fit. And we see the person that's impersonating Gene Deal as the bodyguard come in and say, here you go. All right. It's a size 12 or a size, whatever the fuck he said. You know what I mean? But he said they'll work, they'll fit. Now, I mean, so those was Gene Deal shoes that he performed in, right? But what's so thrown off to me about this here, y'all, is why would Gene Deal choose to have these shoes hanging up the way they are hanging up? Why did Gene Deal choose to illustrate this documentary the way that he illustrated it? Because, like I said, everything about the situation was documented. Even some of it was actually included in the movie. And we know P. Diddy, as I strategically break this down, had a big part in that notorious movie, right? Right? Didn't P. Diddy had a huge part in that notorious movie being produced and coming to life. Right. Also, if you ask me, what was the chances of them actually putting this part in the movie with Gene Deal giving Biggie his shoes? And then what do you know? Some years later, Gene Deal does a documentary, right? With the goddamn shoes hanging up in back of them. Okay? You know how you finish with some goddamn shoes, y'all? All right? If you from the hood, you know, you know. All right? When you get finished with some goddamn shoes and you don't want to wear them no goddamn more, what we do in the hood? Huh? Huh? What we do with these motherfuckers, yo? Huh? Huh? We throw them bitches on the wire, right? Right? How many hoods can we go in and we see shoes hanging on the goddamn wires all in the streets, right? Shoes that are no good, shoes that mean something sentimental to a person or anything aligned with that nature. But when we are finished with the shoes and we throw them up, we tie them, we throw them up and we hang them, what do that mean? We done with them, right? It's over, right? The legacy is done, right? The motherfucker that walked in them shoes, it's a wrap. Those shoes have been worn out. There's nothing else to it but to do it. So we tie them up and we throw them up on the line, right? Now, if you look at these shoes, what it look like? It look like they've been tied up and thrown on a goddamn street line, right? Right? It look like it's been tied up and thrown on a wire. Just like when Friday, the movie come on, the first thing you see, got to be a better way, and you see the fucking shoes hanging down and shit, right? Which means what? We always make it make sense. Real life matters. That is. Okay, because by you tying your shoes together and throwing them up on a wire, all right, it's actually monumental, right? It's a monumental statement of the things you done in them shoes and possibly, depending on where you threw the shoes at, how much that space, that block, or that area, or that neighborhood meant to you, right? Right. So, G Deal, as we continue to strategically break your lives the fuck up, why do you have the notorious B.I.G., the last shoes that he wore at the Soul Train Awards. Peep the game, y'all. At the Soul Train Awards. Right? And he had on GEAN Deal shoes. You know why he got them shoes hanging up in back of him, right? Like I said, man, this is a sign and a significance of the soul that was sacrificed, bro. I don't give a fuck what nobody say. And that's why them shoes is hanging up. What's on the bottom of a goddamn shoe? What do they call the bottom of a shoe? Souls, right? Hit the like button. Strategic drop, bro. I'm spiritual. I know what's going on here. I know what's going on here. Let me say it again. What do they call that's at the bottom of each and every goddamn shoe we put on our feet? Why are they named souls? Right? Right? Because we know that man's soul was stripped from him. We know Biggie death was planned, premeditated, and they put individuals around like GEAN Deal to continuously make Biggie comfortable. And Biggie wasn't comfortable around GEAN Deal, because if he was comfortable around GEAN Deal, why would he tell Puffy that he need more security? GEAN Deal is telling us that Biggie trusted him. Biggie told him all his secrets and vital information, but he went back and told Puffy, I need more security, which means he ain't trust you at all, bro. He ain't trust you at all. But let's continue, y'all.
I think somebody's trying to kill me. I'll be waking up paranoid. I'll be really scared. I think somebody's trying to kill me. I'll be waking up paranoid. I'll be really scared.
You see this shit? You see this shit, right? You can look in this man's face and see how frightened he is, right? I don't give a fuck how much you rap on them microphones or how tough you might sound and shit like that. When shit start to attack you spiritually, it's something different, bro. It's not like a physical attack. When things start to attack you spiritually, it's a different attack. And this is how Big was being attacked before his death. All right? He was already being attacked. They already was putting the hex on this man, bro. Way before he even got out there. Biggie cursed himself with his first album, Ready to Die. Ready to Die. That was the name of the album. Ready to Die. From the womb, in the Pampers, as we see him on the what? On his first album, we see a baby picture and we see a baby in Pampers talking about they are ready to die. Okay? And we got Big after the Ready to Die era. Okay? Now Big is starting to feel like somebody is trying to kill him all of a sudden, y'all. You see this, right? All of a sudden, he said he wakes up out of his sleep and he feels and he thinks someone is trying to kill him. Now, why will somebody be thinking that? Why would somebody be thinking in the midst of the height of their success Why are you even thinking about something like that? Why are you even dreaming about shit like that? Because of the type of people that Biggie was around and the type of people that he was connected to, bro, was all demonic demons and snakes. All right. And him being warned, and he was telling us so many times before his death that he felt as though somebody was going to kill him, or he felt as though something bad was going to happen to him. And it did. And it happened to him in a fucked up way.
Just be parallel.
Lil' Kim, he said, yo, I love Lil' Kim. That's my bitch. From a whole nother vernacular point of view, he's saying, yo, no matter what, me and Lil' Kim gonna always be together because we're gonna always be close. Because I got a love for her that I don't have for nobody else. I said, yeah, I can tell because you wrote that shit, huh? He said, yeah, I wrote that shit. He said, but I could never say that to Diddy because he owns my market and my publisher. I stated that before. I'm not gonna go into that. Lil' Kim was like his Mary Magdalene. You understand? That was his Mary Magdalene. He said the Junior Mafia. He said, right now, is only one that I'm thinking about. I know I'm going to keep, and that's Lil C's. Everybody else going to have to work for their position. They got to do right, because this is a business now. So they're going to have to do their own writing. They got to show that they want to be here. Because I can't be mad at the nigga Puff, because Puff showed me how to get money, so I'm going to show them. But they got to be willing to work. Those was his disciples. But he said there was some betrayal going in between them. Because he said, Money L don't know that I know. So he's sliding off with Lil' Kim.
Now, he claimed, as we got another rainwater, y'all, hit the like button, strategic drop. We got another rainwater here, claiming Biggie felt some type of way over a whore bitch. Hit the like button. He claiming Biggie felt some type of way over a whore bitch like Lil' Kim. He felt as though that members of the Junior Mafia and everybody that was dipping off on Lil' Kim, he felt some kind of way about, right? Just like Rainwater said about Mo3. He claimed that Mo3 chasing that pussy was the one, it's the reason why Mo3 lost his life, right? As we also have Gene Deal claiming that he was about to drop multiple members in Junior Mafia. One, for a specific reason, because they were fucking Lil' Kim. Everybody was fucking Lil' Kim, including you, Gene Deal. That part. What about, we all know heard these rumors. Let's go back to the 90s. If y'all was here, y'all was here. We all remember that rumor. When Lil' Kim had to be rushed to the hospital to get her stomach pumped out, right? Hit the like button. Let's say this again. We all remember back in the 90s when it came out that Kim was getting all them trains ran on her, all right, that she had so much bodily fluids in her body that she literally had to go get her stomach pumped out, y'all. All right, so this is nothing new. Everybody already knew Lil' Kim was a jump off. Everybody already knew she was a pop off. Puffy knew she was a pop off. Biggie knew she was a pop off. And so the fuck did Jane Dill. Because Jane Dill wasn't the only one that act like he ain't know what was going on. So was the whole Junior Mafia. You know why? Because all of them was jealous of Big. Black and ugly as ever. However, let me say it again. They always jealous of Big. Black and ugly as ever. However, I stay coochie down to the socks, motherfuckers. Okay? And my eye looking that way and that way, bitch. And I can get your bitch to come this way, though. Even though my eye is looking this way and that way, I can get your bitch to come straight to me, nigga. Okay? All right. And like I was trying to explain to a lot of people when I broke this situation with Big down last year, it was a lot of individuals in the rap game, in the industry that was jealous of Big because he was black, he was big, and he was ugly. And he had the spotlight. It was a lot of rappers in Brooklyn. Brooklyn, stand the fuck up. Where y'all at? It's about time the truth come out. Busta Rhymes, no. Busta Rhymes, no. Jay-Z, no. As they were jealous of Big success. They were jealous of the attention he was getting and how he was at the top of the game. They was jealous of him. Like I said, the industry was so jealous of him, y'all. We all know, right? As I just showed y'all, Big had a real life dead eye. Biggie had a real life dead eye. Don't y'all know in a lot of his pictures, they use an AI eye to make his eyes look straight because they ain't want to depict him to the world as an ugly, black, fat motherfucker? Hit the like button. Strategic drop. Go do your research. Let me say it again. Y'all do know the notorious B.I.G. had a dead eye, right? In real life. But when you go back to a lot of the pictures that he took for magazine covers and shit like that, they what? Use AI animation, all right? And put in a fake eye to make it look like both of his eyes are straight because they didn't like the appearance of this black man in front of the world, on top of the world. Hit the like button. Strategic drop, all right? And I could prove it in so many ways. I could prove it in so many ways, y'all. All right? Check it out. Check it out. Strategic drop. You see this here, right? You see this? Hit the like button. Strategic. Strategic. All right? So they was using AI for the longest to straighten Big's. Oh, damn, I thought I was showing it. My bad. All right? Here we go. Strategic drop. You see that, right? Right? See that, right? See that, right? See that, right? Okay, but this is the one that they put in front of us, though. You see this, right? See this, right? Hit the like button. This is the original photo. This is the original photo. Like I said, people in the industry, people that claim to like Big, people that claim that they fuck with Big, niggas from Brooklyn too, was hating on Big because he was black and ugly as ever. However, they couldn't fuck with the dog, though. They couldn't fuck with him. They didn't like the fact that he was cockeyed and cuckoo, and he was on top of the world, and they had to constantly show his face. They had to constantly show his face. So what did they start doing, y'all? Okay, they started using AI animation. All right? Hold on here. They started using AI animations. As y'all see, man. Okay, in a lot of these pictures. Shout out the whole Fire Flame Nation, man. I appreciate y'all. See something here. Shout out everybody up in here, man. Hit that like button. Drop y'all fire and TVs in the chat, man. All right. Let's continue. Appreciate y'all and all the support, man. Let's go.
Okay. Sky blue. And it was like a new car.
Yeah.
And then, if that's not enough, on the 911 tape, as Big's friends are racing him to the hospital and trying to save his life, the 911 operator asks what color the suspect's car was. And the answer is emphatic.
Was that color? Yes. What color was the blue? Aqua blue. Aqua blue. How many points? Was that color? Yes. What color was the blue? Aqua blue. Aqua blue. How many points?
So
Yes. What color was the blue? Aqua blue.
You hear that, right? Aqua blue. Aqua blue. And we know for a fact it was GEAN Deal on the call, right? Hit the like button. Strategic drop. It was GEAN Deal on the call who called the police. As we heard him in the background on this 911 call so many times, acting like he don't know what's going on, trying to blame it on the driver and all this shit, but he done gave the police the wrong description of the car. He said in the report, in the interview, it was grayish, a steel color. He tell the motherfucking police on the phone it's blue, y'all. Hit the like button. And Lil Season said the car was green. Shout out everybody up in here. Like I said, bro, this is going to be hard for a lot of people to digest and fathom because they allowed the lies of Dean Jill to fill their head up with bullshit. Exactly the same way that they're doing right after every day of this Diddy trial. Who comes out of the courtroom with all the information and the whole narrative? It's GEAN Deal, right? Every day, y'all. Peep this shit. Every day after the Diddy trial is over, a new GEAN Deal interview gets dropped the same day talking about what happened in that courtroom on that day. Why is he being used as the vessel for this whole situation? Hit the like button. Why is GEAN Deal? Why are the mainstream media choosing to use GEAN Deal as a vessel for this Diddy situation and for this Biggie situation? It makes you think, right? It makes you think, right? It makes you think, right? Why are they choosing him out of all people? Out of everybody that's going in that motherfucking courtroom, out of everybody that's showing up, why are they choosing to use Gene Deal? Why are these platforms only interviewing Gene Deal and Gene Deal only? As we started to hear more and more Gene Deal tell weird ass story and lies, like he just said that Diddy looked at the jury or something like that, and the judge is about to throw Diddy out the courtroom. Yo, that's cap. That's lies, bro. That's lies to continue to keep the narration and everything going, bro. That's all that shit is. And if anybody believe that, something wrong with y'all. Just like he coming out now talking about how P. Diddy didn't. You notice what he's saying now, right? Diddy found out that Cassie liked it Tupac. So Diddy was jealous of him. And Diddy was mad at her because she liked it Tupac. Because she had a thing for Tupac. You hear this shit? This is what's coming out of G Deal mouth. Oh, she had a deal. She had a thing for Tupac. She had a thing for all these new weird ass narratives that's coming out the blue all of a sudden. Pay attention. We never heard no shit like that a day in our life. Shout out everybody up in here, all the new people that's coming up in here, man. All right. Shout out the whole nation. Because this motherfucker been lying from the very beginning. And P. Diddy knew he was lying. Why you think P. Diddy ain't never fucked with him? Everybody thinking that he's some type of irresistible force that can't be reckoned with. Like Diddy was so afraid of him. Diddy had you in place to do the exact fucking thing that you're doing now. With that Biggie shit. And this is why when you was coming out doing them interviews, Puffy never fucked with you. He never bothered you. He never sent nobody at you when we know in real life he could have, right? Because everything that you saying is lies. If it was the truth, Diddy would have been knocked you the fuck down. Hit the like button, strategic drop. He ain't go knock down Kid Cudi though, right? We got Gene Deal testifying that he do a car bomb or some shit in Kid Cudi car, right? But you up here telling the whole play about how he sacrificed Big and he ain't knock you down. That's because everything that you saying is lies, bro. And Diddy know it's lies. All right, it's not the actual story that happened that night. And when we go back to these documentaries, all right, you can be able to break that shit down. Because everything that he said in the police interview, everything he done said in these motherfucking on these platforms, everything that he done said on the actual 911 call doesn't add up at all, y'all. And if P. Diddy was such this bad person, like you say he was, Gene Deal, like you went and told Valletta Wallace how Puffy had her son killed and how Biggie shouldn't have been out there in L.A. Well, bitch, you shouldn't have been out there in L.A. either. Because if Biggie was a target, if Puffy was a target, so was his security, right? Hit the like button, strategic drop. Let me say this again. In order for you to get to Biggie and to get to Puffy, you gotta what? Knock down the security, right? Hit the like button. Let me say it again. In order for you to get to Biggie or to get to Puffy, you gotta be willing to knock down the motherfucking security guard too, right? You gotta be willing to knock them motherfuckers down too, right? Right? So why they ain't knock you down, Gene Deal? Because they knew that you wasn't a threat. They already knew that you wasn't a threat, nigga. Get your ass out of here, bro. Because the first person that's gonna get knocked down is the security. Hit the like button. When we make real life matters, make real life sense. Who y'all, if y'all coming to knock a motherfucker down and trying to get back when you trying to get back the same way you came, right? And in order to keep everything 100 to make sure you make it back the same way you came, you gonna knock down the motherfuckers with the hammers on them first that can knock you down and stop you from getting back home, right? Even though you came to do a job, but you know what you have to go through in order to what? Accomplish this mission. You got to go knock down the security and police and whoever's guarding Big if you have to, right? So tell me, Gene Deal, if Biggie wasn't supposed to be out in LA, that's what you told Valella Wallace, then why the fuck was you there? Knowing if they come to kill Big, they come to kill you too. Hit the like button. They coming to kill you too, bro. And why they didn't kill you? Why the man walked right up to you, bro, and looked you right in your face? And turned around. And they see you as no threat. You the security for Bad Boy. Why he didn't see you as no threat? You said that you this intimidating bodyguard that got Nene, Nene, and Nina, right? I know the name of all three of your motherfucking guns that you claim you walk around with. Nene, Nene, and Nina, right? So where the fuck was Nene, Nene, and Nina on that night that you claim you had your hands on Nene, you had your hands on Nene, and you had your hands on Nina, right? So where was Nina? Where was Nene? All right. And Nana, Keisha, Isha, and the rest of the motherfucking guns. At the time when they was supposed to be used, why they wasn't used? Why they wasn't used? Shout out everybody up in here, man. Shout out the whole Fire Flame Nation and all the new people that's coming up in here, man. I appreciate y'all, bro, because we about to get the fire started, man. This is going to be a strategic series, a strategic breakdown. This is night one. All right. And if y'all are enjoying night one, y'all best believe y'all wouldn't want to miss night 2, 3, or 4, because it's going the fuck down. Gene Deal don't know who he fucking with now. Now that I had took this situation up, it's going to be a problem. It's going to be a problem. It's going to be a whole lot of things that Gene Deal going to have to explain. Because like I said, if you went back to Voletta Wallace and explained how nasty and evil and fucked up a person that Diddy was and how he had Biggie out there in Los Angeles and had him killed, and he wasn't supposed to be out there, why did you continue to work for him? Shout out everybody up in here. Why did you continue to work for him, Gene Deal? How many years did Gene Deal work for Diddy after the Biggie situation? How many years did Gene Deal continue to work for Diddy doing this trafficking and sex scandal shit? Hit the like button. You have to understand the motherfucker that was protecting the door. You have to understand the motherfucker that was protecting the door and protecting Diddy for all these years. It was Gene Deal first. The first one who started protecting him to allow Diddy to get away with the shit that he's been getting away with was Gene Deal. He was the first one. He was the first one allowing this. All right. Just like Gene Deal is also in cahoots with these content creators. As I found out, that situation with him and Dunette was scripted. Hit the like button, and we about to break down the lies. As we see Gene Deal going head up with Dunette, right? Talking about he gonna knock him the fuck out if he walk up on him, right? Now I'm about to prove to y'all that all that was scripted. Okay, so we're going to show the first short that came out with Gene Deal coming out with Donut, all right? As he's saying, you walk up on me, I'm gonna knock you the fuck out. Then I'm gonna play another clip. And we gonna break his lies the fuck up, y'all. So check this out. One of the best to do this, y'all. All right. This is going to shock a lot of people. All right. Check this out. Let me see this here. Check it out. Here we go.
I'm not the type of dude that you can come up on like
Bro,
this.
listen, we out here to
What
get
kind of
content.
content
You're
you
not
want?
gonna tell me what to do.
You can't come up on me.
Bro, listen.
If you come up on me, I'm gonna knock you the fuck out.
That's what I said. You gonna do what?
say.
If you come up on me, I'm gonna knock you the fuck out.
That's what I said. You gonna do what?
say.
You see this, y'all? All this is scripted. And I know y'all like, how you know it's scripted? How can you tell it's scripted? All right. As we hear Gene Deal tell Dunette, you walk up on me, I'm gonna knock you the fuck out. Blah 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 that. As I'm telling y'all, all this was for the camera. And you know how I'm about to prove it? Check it out. Check it out.
And you the same size as Uncle Phil. And you the same size.
Hey, what's going on?
as Professor Ogilvy.
Who that right there? Who that right there? Who that right there? Who that right there? Right? But what Gene Deal just tell him? If you walk up on me, you gonna do what? As we also see Tisa tells a whole goddamn what? Groupie running up. Gene Deal, look at these motherfuckers, y'all.
And you the same size as Uncle Phil. And you the same size.
Hey, what's going on?
Look at this shit. All right? But anyway, this ain't about her. This about Gene Deal,
As Professor Ogilvy.
okay? And the lies that he has been telling. Strategic drop. We just was informed that Gene Deal got into it with a content creator outside the courthouse, right? Right? As I just proved to y'all, all that was scripted. All that was scripted, just like the situation with Dunette and Ray J. Y'all do know Dunette know Ray J in real life, right? Out of all the content creators, why did Ray J decide to what? Respond to Dunette, right? Y'all do know Dunette and Ray J are like this, right? Right? And he only gave Dunette a pull-up because what's been going on behind the scenes, because he been pulling out that part, but that's a whole nother story. But if y'all did your research, y'all will see. Y'all will be able to see it. Like I said, why did Ray J mention Dunette out of all people, out of all content creators that's been talking about the bullshit that he done with Whitney? Why? Why did he mention Dunette? Why did he respond to Dunette out of everybody? Because this was a way of what? Giving Dunette some clout on his platform, bro. As we know, Dunette is the what? He's been what? He's been wanting this Hollywood spot. He's been waiting on his chance. He's been waiting to fulfill his Hollywood dreams, careers that went down the drain, okay, years ago. And this is why he's on YouTube now, right? Right. But a lot of people don't know the backstory about all of this. And they would be lost. They don't know the backstory about all of this and about some of these content creators, bro. All right. And like I said, I just was saying this the other day on my live. All right. As we start to see Gene Deal tell Tisa tell shit, and we start to see Tisa tell Gene Deal shit, right? Because it's all scripted to go back and forth, so they can control the narrative. So they can control the narrative. Okay? So, everybody, don't be fooled by a lot of these individuals. Don't be fooled. As you just heard Gene Deal and Dunette, they do a whole skit. They do a whole skit, yo. A whole skit for views, likes, and clicks. And the whole time, he know that man ain't no threat to him at all. And Dunette know that too. Dunette know that too. But let's continue, man.
I was like, oh shit. That's what he said. But it's all right. Because that's always going to be my bitch. So that's the way he felt. He never mentioned anything or said anything about D-Rock, because that's his man. He was part of the Junior Mafia, but, you know, he wasn't no rapper or nothing like that. He just made sure everybody and everything was, you know, the way Big wanted to be. But what he didn't know, that...
Wow. Okay, so we got Sharice79 saying that he was actually Dunette security, all right, during the City College incident. All right, if that's what you're trying to say, Sharice, I believe that's what she's saying. I believe that's what she's saying, that Gene Deal was actually Dunette security at one time. All right, which just adds more credibility that this whole play was staged. And then we seen them coming out the courtroom, all right, as we continue to see Dunette harass Gene Deal in a what? In a staged manner. And this is why nothing didn't happen. Because nothing is going to happen. All right? Crazy work, yo. Crazy work. They all clout chasing and twisting the narrator. Right. Strategic. Pete Flamingo, I'm cooking. I'm trying. Did anyone see that interview Diddy did 2021 with Charlemagne? Diddy say he was frustrated with the Democrat Party and wanted to start his own political party. Yes, I seen that. Yup. Yup. They all knew. I believe they did. I believe they all knew. And Gene Deal, he definitely knew. He definitely knew, because there's nowhere in the world that if Puffy put me in all this harm's way, he put me in so much harm's way that I literally sat there and see him set this man up and get this man knocked off his goddamn feet. But you still continue to work for him. You still continue to cook for him. You still continue to bodyguard and protect his life. But you ain't protect Biggie life though. Right? He ain't protect Biggie life. The main person that's supposed to have been protected that night, the main person that was supposed to made it back, didn't make it back. Everybody else made it back except Big, which proves, I believe, all of them knew. Everybody knew. All right? Everybody knew, y'all. And this is why when we see this picture here that I'm about to pull up, as we see the facial expression of Diddy, and we see the facial expression of D-Rock, as D-Rock can't even look into the camera, y'all. D-Rock can't even look into the camera because he know Biggie is about to die. Look at his face. It says it all. Look at Diddy's face. All right. This is right after the alarm sounded in the Peterson Museum, y'all. This was right after the fire alarm sounded, and they started taking these last pictures. You can see the guilt look on P. Diddy face, and you can see the facial expression of D-Rock. All right. He has a ill looking look on his face with his head down to the ground. Like, yo, I just did some grimy shit. I just did some fucked up shit. I know what's about to happen to this man. Okay, he was Diddy security. He said D-Rock shot Biggie. Whoa. Because, like I said, bro, this is going to get deep. When you look at the autopsy report in Verdi, I'm so glad that you mentioned that. When you look at the autopsy report, y'all, it say Biggie was shot on the left side of his torso. How was Biggie shot on the left side of his torso when the shots came from the right? I got the receipts. They say Biggie was shot on the left side of his torso, y'all. When we know all the shots came through the right side of the door. How did he get shot in his left side of his torso if all the shots came from the right? That's why the checker flags was at the table. The final lap. That makes sense. The final lap, huh? The final lap. And Stevie J knew everything too. Since he knows so much, why haven't he testified on the stand? Right. Right. Shout out the whole Fire Flame Nation up in here, man. Let me see something here. With something else. Oh, here we go. Let's go, yo. Okay, because I'm telling y'all, this motherfucker has been trying to get his name cleared with this situation for the longest, man. Like I said, he done so many interviews, man.
Betrayal of Biggie Smalls. Is that how accurate is that, Gene?
How accurate is that?
Look at this, bro. If you know anything that everything I said out of my mouth is accurate because
Okay.
it's the truth.
Okay.
But what I did was I put in the ironic satire of as if Biggie was Jesus.
Got you.
See this,
You
right?
understand? Satire of as if Biggie was Jesus.
And what happened to Jesus, y'all? Jesus was sacrificed, right? Right? Hit the like button. Strategic drop, yo. We make it make sense. All right? Jesus was what? Sacrificed and betrayed by everyone around him, right? Now watch how Gene deal. Name every character of this sacrifice and this betrayal. Watch how Gene deal. name who is Judas, who is the disciples, who is the devil, who is Jesus. Watch he name all these characters without naming his goddamn self.
Got you.
You understand? And D-Rock was Judas.
Mm.
And Puffy was the devil. And Lil C's and Junior Mafia was the disciples.
See,
You know I couldn't watch that whole thing.
so who the fuck was you? So who the fuck was you? If D-Rock was Judas and Junior Mafia was the disciples, Puffy was the devil, Damien, and Biggie was Jesus Christ, then who the fuck were you? Who were you? Oh, we about to find out. Let's go.
And Lil C's and Junior Mafia was the disciples.
You know I couldn't watch that whole thing. That's me up a little
Right.
bit. I ain't supposed to curse, but it really tripped me out because it's like what you saying is so deep because that means everybody that he grew up with and loved turned on him.
Well, I don't think they turned on him. You got to understand is the
devil whispered.
It's one of the gangsters says that the devil played a trick on us by making everybody think that he didn't exist.
You hear that, right? The devil played a trick on us. You hear what he's saying? Us meaning him. He's what? Implicating himself, right? The like button. Strategic information. Strategic information to break down all these lies. He just said the devil tricked us. He's implicating himself, right?
Got you. You understand? It was by making everybody that the devil played a trick on us by making everybody think that he didn't exist.
Got you.
You understand? So now, if Puffy gets in D-Rock, me and D-Rock had a conversation way before. You got to realize I'm watching Puffy always on the phone trying to get Big at these different parties we went to.
Mm-hmm.
Big them never showed up at nothing.
That's a fact. I know how you moved.
He never showed up at nothing. So then now, after the incident with him and Charlie Baltimore, you know what I'm saying? After him and the incident with Charlie Baltimore, they at the studio.
Mm-hmm.
So me and Rock is in the back together with each other.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, yo, Rock, man, I'm getting a lot of, my man called me Unique. We just talked about Unique, who started that battle rap up there, 150 something and all.
Mech Audio.
Right.
Mech Audio.
Mm-hmm.
Unique called me from federal penitentiary.
So
called you from federal penitentiary, right? Right? So why the fuck you still go? Listen to what he say. His man, Unique, called him from federal penitentiary, y'all. All right, because it was already out. This is how strong this hit and this bag and this sacrifice was. They knew what was about to go down. They already had Biggie on the chopping block and they already had him on the mantle before he even got on the plane to go out that motherfucker, y'all. How I get back to the motherfuckers in the feds already.
But that's where all the orders and everything, they know everything before we know.
Right, and he's out in California at the Fed pen. Right?
They heard it was a green light.
So he said it's a green. He called me from Don Farrell. Don Farrell was a producer, one of the producers of Never Die Alone. So she gets on the phone with him. She called like that, and he tells me, "Yo, Big Gene." I said, "Yo, who this?" He says, "Unique, vest up." Phone clicked out. So the feds must have got a win. It was a three-way call.
Got you.
You understand? So it clicked off. So I calls Dawn back. I said, Dawn, who is that? She said, Unique. We had this whole conversation. Unique from Mech Audio? Yeah, that's Unique from Mech Audio. He said, yo, Gene, they coming to get y'all. Vest up. I called Kirk Burrow. Yo, Kirk, we need more security. Dudes is coming at us. Kirk gets back at me. Yo, Puff saying he ain't paying for no more security. Guess who was the security out there?
You.
Me.
Just you?
Me. Guess who was the security out there?
You.
Me.
Just you?
Me. Guess who was the security out there?
You.
Me.
Just you?
Me.
Hit the like button. Hit the fucking like button. Now, your man just called you from the feds out in California and said, bro, all y'all gonna die. All y'all gonna get knocked down. You better vest up. You shouldn't even come out here. But he still goes. Not only do he still go, he's the only security to protect the bag. What would make you still go out there? If you ain't sure, your ass ain't gonna die too. Hit the like button, y'all. He knew he wasn't gonna die because he wouldn't have went out there. Ain't nobody in their right mind is going to go out there, bro, at somebody that you know personally just called you and told you that you better vest up. Y'all don't need to come out here. All y'all gonna die out this motherfucker. He just admitted that he's still the only security. He was the only security out there. As I strategically break this bitch down, he was the only security, right? So why was he ahead of Big and not in back of Big? Why was he ahead of Big and not in back of Big? Matter of fact, why wasn't he in the car with Biggie? Why wasn't he in the same vehicle as Biggie? He said he got all these warnings, all these illustrations, all these what? Clues that somebody was going to die that night. Motherfucker called you on the phone and told you, vest up, you gonna die tonight. But you still go out there by yourself. And how long were they out there, y'all? How long were Big out there in California? How long was Gene Deal out there with him? Let me explain something to y'all. It was only one person that was by the notorious B.I.G. every fucking day, every minute of the day. And that was Gene Deal, except all the way up to the time he got killed. Hit the like button. And Gene Deal would tell y'all this himself. He was with Big. Peep the game, y'all. He was with Big the whole time they were out there in California. Every minute, every second. All of a sudden, when they come out this museum, like I said, yo, when we go back and look at the pictures, we will see Gene Deal posted up like a light pole right next to Biggie in damn near every picture. And he tell us himself that he was around Big the whole time Big was out there in Cali. Now they comes out this museum, right? Now they comes out this museum. And he separates himself from Biggie and gets in the car with Puffy. What do that tell y'all? If you the only security, as I strategically break his lies down, you're the only security, and they already said that they're going to kill Big. So why is you separating yourself from Big? Hit the like button. Strategic drop. Let's go. You're the only security, bro. You're the only security. You're the only one on the team with Nana, Nene, Nina, Keisha, Isha, Daisha, Lisa, Taronica, Monica, Vicky, Cookie. Where that bitch was at? The ice cream parlor or something? Because you ain't pulling none of them bitches out, and ain't none of them bitches get to dumping. You said you had Nina, Nana, Nene, Keisha, Lisa, Veronica, Karen, Nikki. But where the fuck was Cookie? You left that bitch at the ice cream parlor, huh? Huh? I guess you did. Because your job was not complete. You had a job to do, bro. And you did not complete your job. And I don't see how anybody can hire Gene Deal to be their security when he allowed the biggest rapper in the world to get killed on his watch. Hit the like button. I'm sweating in this bitch, nigga. It's about to go down. Let me say it again. How did Gene Deal still able to secure high-profile individuals after the Biggie death? And Biggie got killed on your watch. Who will actually hire you, bro? Hit the like button. Strategic drop. I got nothing but strategic facts. Before you hire somebody, they have a what? A resume, right? It's something you call a fucking resume. No matter where you get hired at. It's something they call a resume, motherfucker. That got all your motherfucking job history on the bitch. So before I hire you for security, motherfucker, to guard my life, I'm going to look at your history. I'm going to look at your resume. And once I see your resume that say you allowed the biggest rapper in the fucking world to get killed on your watch, I am not going to hire you. You'll never be able to get another job in the industry again. Hit the like button. Strategic drop. Let me say it again, bro. Ain't nobody paying attention, bro. Take my fucking hat off tonight, nigga. Ain't nobody paying attention. Ain't nobody paying attention. You see all this gray? This ain't nothing but wisdom, Gene Deal. Just like you got gray, I got gray. And I'm far from a dumb and a stupid motherfucker, nigga. And I'm gonna say it again. Why I'm sweating. Okay? Because this is my motherfucking passion for real. This is what I do for real, nigga. You heard? You heard? And let me say this again. For anybody out there who ever went and applied for a fucking job, what they go by? As I make real life matters, make real life sense, what they go by? What they go by? They go by your resume. They go by your job history, right? Right? So you supposed to be top flight. Motherfucking security, nigga. You see the sweat on my neck? I'm in this shit, boy. This is my passion. You got a problem. You got a problem, bruh. You got a problem. And I'm gonna say it again. You supposed to be. Hit the fucking like button, y'all. This is what passion is all about. You see it. You feel it. You understand it. You live it. You done stepped it. You done stomped it. You heard? Now let me say it again. Before any one of us go and apply for a fucking job, they go by what? What they go by? They go by our job history and our what? And our what? And our resume. So, if we apply for a job and it says that we done stole from a job and we was fired, or they go do a background check on these jobs and they come to find out we lost that job because somebody stole something, some weird shit went down that wasn't supposed to went down, right? You think the next job gonna hire you? Hit the like button. Strategic drop. It's only real life sense. Why would another job hire you if it's already on your resume that you done stole and embezzled from one of the top companies in the industry? Why would another job hire you? Why would other high-profile celebrities hire Gene Deal when it's already on his resume that the notorious B.I.G. died on your watch, nigga? Hit the like button. I told y'all, I'm gonna make it make sense. I'm gonna make it make sense. Gene Deal continue to work in the industry for high-profile individuals, bro. Huh? Huh? Who you know sweating on their platforms, bro? With the passion, bro. This is passion, bro. All right? This a man's life, bro. This man up here playing with niggas. Stop playing with us. Let's say it again, y'all. You already got a reputation of stealing from a job. You already got a reputation of not protecting the bag. Hold on, let me give me a rag, yo. Hold up, they got it fucked up. Hold up, they got it fucked up. They got it fucked up, y'all. Hold up, bro. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Let's get this back right. All right? When you see a man wipe their sweat, wipe their neck with a white rag, and that bitch still white, that's a clean ass man. Know that. Know that. That part. When you see a man wipe his neck and shit, all that sweat, and the shit still white, that's a clean ass man, man. Know that. Ain't too many people can do that shit. That shit'll be black as a motherfucker. If you know, you know. Alright? Alright? Now, let's get back. Let's get back to it. Let's get back to it. Shout out the whole nation. Strategic drop. Illa. Illa. We gonna do it. We gonna do it, Illa. This how we gonna get down. Shout out everybody up in here. Like I said, the work performance, the work ethic, all right, it's unmatched. It's unmatched on what the fucking YouTube streets has been missing. And let's say it again. GEAN Deal continue to work for the industry as I continue to drop strategic information on this lying motherfucker. He continue to work for the industry and continue to do security for high profile individuals after he already has a reputation of the biggest rapper in the game, in the industry, dying on his watch. And he ain't do a goddamn thing about it. And we done seen him in every picture leading up to the notorious Biggie death out there in California. How were you not in the middle of that action, nigga? How were you not in the middle of that action, my nigga? If it was a time for you to be about that action, it would have been that time right there. But I don't understand, all right, how high-profile individuals will feel safe with you protecting their life. If you done let the notorious Biggie die on your watch in front of your face, you couldn't even get him to the hospital in time. How y'all security and y'all don't even know where the fucking hospital at? Now, for all the new people that's coming up over here, y'all ain't used to this energy, bro. This is what it is, and this is what the fuck is gonna be over here. Every time you come up in here, We ain't like upstairs, downstairs, next door, down the street, or around the corner. I'm a little bit all the way louder. All the way. Turn the fuck up. And let me say this again. How is individuals in the industry still hiring you to protect their life when you couldn't even protect the life of the notorious Big, bro? Make it make sense. How did you still have a job? How was your reputation not tainted? Oh, because P. Diddy protected you just like he protected everybody else, right? As I strategically break this lying motherfucker down. How did you still continue to get jobs? Why didn't P. Diddy blackball you like he blackballed all his other artists? If he blackballed all his artists, you mean to tell me he couldn't blackball a little small ass security guard that thinking He-Man and Superman and Conan the Barbarian and shit? Get your ass out of here, bro. Who you think you talking to? Diddy done shut down everybody that came across his path and even thought about trying to do some bullshit. But all of a sudden, he let you live so much. He took everybody publishing, everybody's, and starved them out for years. But he continued to let you eat. He continued to let you eat, though. Right? He let you drop the biblical betrayal of the notorious Big so you can make money off of these lies, right? Because you know in real life, P. Diddy and the power he had could have had this shut down, right? Hit the like button. We know in real life, P. Diddy could have had all this shut down. This whole biblical betrayal, all these interviews that G Deal was doing before Diddy went away. If Diddy wanted to end G Deal, he could have. He could have took all the platforms and all that. Why didn't he? Why didn't he? You're tarnishing his name, his brand, and everything, right? And he ain't go after you. Tell you why he ain't go after you. Because everything that you're saying, all right, is all lies and bullshit. That's right. Biggie say, party and bullshit. No, lies and bullshit. It's lies and bullshit. It's lies and bullshit. It's lies and bullshit. Y'all drop it in the chat. Lies and bullshit. Lies and bullshit. Biggie told us. All right? Lies and bullshit. Lies and bullshit. Because like I said, PD to destroy everybody who done worked for him, y'all. Why he chose to let Gene Deal live? Because Gene Deal played a major part in the biblical sacrifice of the notorious Big. That part. Now, if you wanted to name it, you should have named it the correct way. Because we all know what you really wanted to name it. This is why you named Biggie Jesus. Out of all the characters, you gave Biggie the Jesus character because Jesus was what? Sacrificed like Biggie was, right? So you should have just named this shit the biblical sacrifice of the what? Notorious Big or Biggie Smalls. But you put the biblical betrayal, knowing damn well it was a sacrifice, and that's why the last shoes that he performed in is hanging at the top of your head because Biggie died at the soles of his feet in your shoes. Hit the like button, strategic drop. Stop playing with me. Stop playing with me. Stop playing with me. All right? And listen here. It's time for all these other content creators, bro. All right? If we got love for Big and his music, and if it done affected us in a positive way, all right, sometime in our life. All right, it's time for us to get together and break this lying motherfucker down, bro. Because I refuse 30 years of lies and bullshit, yo. 30 years. Now, remind you, Gene Deal knew about all this stuff, right? What year did this? What year did this? Check it out. Strategic drop. Check it out, yo. 6 years. You do the math. Nobody's paying attention. But you see, it's all different types of awareness. All right. But to bring your awareness together as a collective, you must be spiritually awoke and awakened to understand a lot of this shit that be going on. And that's one thing I am. All right. As we see, this situation came out 6 years ago. When did Biggie get killed? 97, yo. 97. How long did Gene Deal continue to work for P. Diddy after Biggie got knocked down? How many? Gene Deal still had a job. P. Diddy trusted Gene Deal so much, he even had Gene Deal cooking his food, bro. Hit the like button as I strategically break this down. Y'all do know Gene Deal was the chef for P. Diddy, right? Right? Y'all do know that Gene Deal was P. Diddy and his staff personal chef and personal cook. And we know a motherfucker not gonna have you cooking for them unless they trust you 100%, right? This is after the Biggie shit. And during the Biggie shit, he was the chef for P. Diddy. And like I said, where we make real life matters, make real life sense. A motherfucker is not going to have you as a personal chef or their personal cook for them and their staff whenever they travel, unless they completely trust you, bro. All right. And P. Diddy ain't dead. It took for his ass to go to jail, right? To disappear from the face of this earth, right? Why you ain't poison the motherfucker? Why you ain't poison Diddy? You was his personal chef and his personal cook. Why you ain't poison the motherfucker, right? Because you already knew you and Diddy is like this. You and Diddy like this. That's why. Because if you really felt this type of way, like you say you feel about Diddy all of a sudden, you would have been done something about it because you was in full control of the situation. You was feeding the man. Fuck you talking about? You was fixing the man drinks and shit. So if you claim that, yeah, he done all this hurt to people, I'm going to the courthouse and I'm going to be a witness because I done seen all the people he done hurt, all the victims, and I want to make sure he get what he deserved. Well, why the fuck you ain't give it to him yourself then? when you was in full control of the situation to stop it before it happened. As I strategically break this down, if it was one person that could have stopped this situation from happening that night, who could have stopped this situation from happening? If it was one person that could have stopped and avoided this whole play on Biggie getting knocked down, would have been Gene Deal. All it would have took was one shot to intercept the whole play. One shot. All he had to do was not apply by the motherfucking rules that they was telling him to apply by, all right, to intercept the play, and it would have never happened. But he allowed it to happen. He allowed it to happen even to the point, like I said, y'all, Biggie trusted Gene Deal. Biggie trusted Gene Deal. And Gene Deal allowed that man to get knocked down. He trusted Gene Deal with his life, bro. Gene Deal told Biggie, yo, we know they out here. I ain't gonna let nothing happen to you. All right? They got to kill me before they kill you. This is what you told Big, bro. But the only one that got killed that night was Biggie. Okay? You talking about all these other conversations that you and Biggie had. Won't you talk about how you told Biggie that you was going to protect him with your life no matter what? That before they kill him, they was going to have to kill you. But that didn't happen. Why don't you tell everybody how you was up under Big the whole time while he was in California, how you was telling Big, like, bro, I got you, bro. Like, they gonna have to kill me before they kill you. So I'm putting myself in harm's way for you. And Biggie believed that shit. This is why Gene Deal was the only security out there in LA. Him and the only one. As he says it out his mouth.
Security out there. Back at me, yo, Puff saying he ain't paying for no more security. Guess who was the security out there?
You.
Me.
Just you?
Me. I was his security. Then you had a dude named Kenny that was the driver and supposed to be the security. Then you had Paul,
don't know where the
who was being paid by Arif.
He blamed everything on Kenny, Paul, Mike, Johnny, and all these other motherfuckers. All right, but he didn't even know where the hospital at, and he the main security. He didn't even know where the hospital at. As we hear the phone call, they ain't even know how to get to the hospital, bro, which proves he wasn't prepared as a security guard. Because if you was prepared, you had that knowledge already. Where these hospitals at, how to get there, what routes to take, and all that shit. This is real intel that a real security guard that put their life on the line does. This is what they get paid for. They supposed to get paid for when things happen in the midst of the moment, in the midst of the action. They know how to handle and adjust and adapt to that situation and get shit done without panicking. That's what they get paid for. They're supposed to be professionals for that shit. He's supposed to know how to take control of the situation, all right, and how to get that person to the hospital as quick as possible, at the quickest route as possible, as safe as possible. But he blaming everything on Kenny, somebody from Arista, this and that. When the only person we see in these pictures with Big is you. You the only security guard, bro. We don't see nobody from Arista, Kenny, Johnny, Duke, Claude. We don't see none of them motherfuckers. All we see is you.
And because he on Bad Boy salary, but he been paid by Arista, he gets another driving supposed to be the security. Then you had Paul, who was being paid by Arista, and because he on Bad Boy salary, but he been paid by Arista, he gets another cop. We in an East Coast, West Coast war battle, whatever you want to call it, and we got less than 5 minutes. Look at this, bro. If you know anything that everything I said out of my mouth is accurate because it's the truth.
Okay.
But what I did was I put in the ironic satire of as if Biggie was Jesus.
Got you.
You understand? And D-Rock was Judas.
Mm.
And Puffy was the devil. And Lil C's and Junior Mafia was the disciples.
You know I couldn't watch that whole thing. That's me up a little bit. I ain't supposed to curse, but it really tripped me out because it's like what you saying is so deep because that means everybody that he grew up with and loved turned on him.
Well, I don't think they turned on him. You got to understand is the
devil whispered.
It's one of the gangsters says that the devil played the trick on us by making everybody think that he didn't exist.
Got you.
You understand? So now, if Puffy gets in D-Rock, me and D-Rock had a conversation way before. You got to realize I'm watching Puffy always on the phone trying to get Big at these different parties we went to.
Mm-hmm.
Big them never showed up at nothing.
That's a fact. I know how you move.
Right. Big and them never showed up at nothing. And you didn't either. Right? You know why? Because you already had told Big and you already had informed him like, yo, I'm going to protect you as much as I could, as much as I can. And we already got word that motherfuckers trying to kill us, motherfuckers trying to kill you, so ain't no need for us to go to these spots. But why did you agree to go to this party also, G? Out of all the parties, he said that Big ain't go to, that means you ain't go to any of them parties either, right? Because you was right there protecting Big the whole time. But all of a sudden, you're blaming the whole situation on D-Rock, how D-Rock made Biggie comfortable, when in reality, you made Biggie comfortable too. You made Biggie comfortable too. All right, and this is why Biggie felt so comfortable going out there, even though he wasn't supposed to be out there, because y'all gassed him up. Y'all gassed him up. You gassed him up and said, if I die, you got to die. Somebody got to die. Let the gunshots blow. You even did Big verse over to Big himself, letting them know if they kill you, they gonna have to kill me. They gonna have to kill us all. Right? Right? Crazy work, man. Crazy work. Crazy work. Let's see what the chat got to say, man. Y'all lit down here, man. I appreciate y'all, man. Appreciate everybody that's down up in here, man. See what's going on. Lies and bullshit. Facts. Lies and bullshit. Facts. Black Rob died without a penny, which was a damn shame. How he looked before he died, which was a damn shame. Yeah, that was fucked up what they did to Rob, though. You know what I mean? All must be revealed. 1997, almost 30 years ago. That's right. Time for this shit to come out, yo. All right? Biggie Smalls was trying to leave P. Diddy record label. I believe P. Diddy set Biggie Smalls up to get murdered. And Gene Deal did too. And this is what I was saying. Also, Terry Mays. All right. Biggie told Gene Deal all this vital information. He tells Gene Deal all this vital information. Then he turns around and tells Puffy, I need more security. Puffy said, yo, I got Gene here for you. Biggie turned around and say, what, Gene? He back there smoking blunts and shit. So Biggie snitches on Gene, right? So Gene turned around and snitched back on Biggie about how he was about to leave the label and how he was making all these business moves and doing business practices behind Puffy back. And I was saying, if it did go down like that, could that be also the main reason why Biggie got knocked down as well? Because Gene Deal, the one who ran his mouth and told everything that Big trusted him with, which didn't make sense how Gene Deal was explaining it. It just don't make sense though, because I'm like, okay, if I'm Biggie and I just told this man all my moves that I'm about to do behind P. Diddy back, then I turn around and snitch on him and say that he's smoking a blunt. Why would I do that when I just told him everything how I'm about to snake Diddy out, knowing he gonna turn around and tell everything how I'm about to snake him out? So why would I do that? So it's like that just not adding up. It's just not adding up that Big will tell this man all this vital shit. And then he just turned around and snitch on Gene Deal like, yeah, I don't need Gene Deal for my security. He's smoking blunts and shit. Knowing that he just told Gene Deal all this vital information about how he is about to snake P. Diddy out and go to another label. Like, shit just crazy, yo, but that's the narrative that we've been hearing from Gene Deal. Shout out everybody up in here, man. Appreciate the comments. 1997, my son was born March 11th. I went into labor after Biggie got robbed. Wow. Crazy work. Was that his boyfriend? That's a good question. All right, because he was bending everybody else over that was close to him, right? And like I said, Gene Deal continued to have what? Jobs all over. Diddy ain't stop his shine. Diddy ain't stop his flow, but he trying to make it seem like Diddy ain't stop his flow because he just Conan the Barbarian motherfucker. Like Diddy was really scared of you. Like, come on, bro. We not beat for that. We not beat for that, bro. And I believe that it was a deeper situation going on the back end. All right, because why was Gene Deal protecting Diddy for so long, and why did Diddy protect Gene Deal? They was doing favors for each other. Gene Deal can still continue to get hired after he left Bad Boy. We all know after you leave Bad Boy, you ain't getting no more jobs. Hit the like button. Strategic drop. Name one motherfucker that left Bad Boy that was still successful after they left. Wait. Name one motherfucker that was with Bad Boy and tried to expose Bad Boy that didn't reap no repercussions, while he the only one that didn't. Make it make sense. We seen with P. Diddy due to individuals, right? We see how he moved, right? But he protected you. Yeah. Blessings to you too, man. Blessings to you. Witness to everything and everywhere. Suspicious G. Right? And I believe these interviews are going to come back to haunt him, bro. All right. I believe he's getting paid. I believe he's getting paid. Just like Casanet. All right, for the ones who don't know. And I'm going to strategically, all right, break this shit down systematically, bro. All right. Because now with these interviews and the way that they're coming out and the way they're getting pumped out simultaneously, and now how they're coming with all these different narratives. Yeah, he ain't like Cassie because she liked the Tupac and all this weird man shit. All right, it's starting to seem to me like Gene Deal done signed some type of contract. Whereas though when he do these interviews, all right, they tell him what to say and how to say it on these platforms. All right, similar to the streaming deal, like Casanet got and all these other big top streamers got, and how they sign these deals and take their authenticity away from what they actually do. And then you starting to see their content and shit just watered down and ain't the same no more. Well, this is what we start to see with Gene Deal in these interviews. You notice how they getting pumped out everywhere, everywhere, everywhere. Pay attention, y'all. Pay attention. And I believe this is also the situation that Gene Deal has got himself in. And this is why every time after the Diddy trial, every day, an interview drop about what happened that day at the trial. How is that happening, yo? Hit the like button. Let me say it again. On the day of the Diddy trials, a new interview come out every day, the same day. Probably like a couple hours after the trial, it's over with for that day. It be a new video of Gene Deal explaining what happened that day inside that trial. Like these shits was already recorded. Hit the like button. Strategic drop. Y'all have to pay attention, bro. Y'all have to pay attention because there's no way that they are recording and editing all this after he come out the courtroom and able to upload it and kick it out that fast. It's impossible. It's impossible, bro. It's impossible. And I do this. They're not coming out the court until what time? Late in the evening. How he coming out the court at 5, 6 o'clock in the fucking evening and the interview was already up at 7:30. Like, stop this shit, bro. Who they think they playing with? Who they think they playing with? Gene Deal interview was already out on the day. Let me show y'all something. Show y'all this shit. Show y'all something, man. Show y'all something, yo. Check this out. Check this out. All right. Now, Friday. Check this out, y'all. Let me show y'all something. See this, right? This happened Friday. See this, right? Gene Deal on judge going off on Diddy for making eye contact with jury. You see this, right? You see this, right? Now, like I said, this is Friday. This interview came out. And this situation was supposed to happen Friday. All right. It says one day ago. Today is Sunday. We know YouTube is 24 hours behind when it comes to analytics. So it'll say one day ago when we know it dropped Friday. All right. So this interview comes out. All right. Right after the court proceedings were over that day. And like I said, they came out of court like 6 o'clock that evening, yo. And this interview was already up by like 7:30, talking about what happened that day in the courtroom. And I've been explaining it to everybody, bro. It's impossible. It's impossible for him to come out that courtroom, go to wherever dialogue is located at, sit down, film. Remember, you still got to travel. You still got to go through New York City traffic and shit, yo. Who y'all think y'all dealing with, yo? Where we make real life matters, make real life sense. So, like I said, I believe that they're paying him like he been getting paid to steer the narrative about the Biggie situation. All right, like he's getting paid to steer the narrative about the Puffy situation and everything that's going on at the trial. Like it says, look, Gene Deal exposed how Cassie's secret love for Tupac and how Diddy treated her badly for that. You see this, right? All kinds of weird ass shit just coming out the sky now, out the blue. Since when did Tupac have anything to do with this Cassie and Diddy situation? Nothing at all, bro. But this is the way that they just adding more shit to the narrative to keep deaf, dumb, and blinded motherfuckers deaf, dumb, and blinded the fuck down. Literally. And like I said, he's showing up on a lot of platforms, not just dialogue now. Over the last week and a half, 2 weeks, he's been everywhere. I'm talking about he's been everywhere. All right, and the main narrative is coming from his mouth. Everybody is believing everything that Gene Deal is saying about the Diddy situation because he was the closest to him at certain times of Diddy's whole shit, right? But y'all have to understand, Gene Deal been left from around Diddy. He ain't talking about nothing that happened recently as I strategically break. Yo, the shit just not making no sense. Gene Deal been left Bad Boy and Puffy. Why is he still speaking on shit that Diddy was doing in the last 10 years? And he wasn't around him as I strategically break this down. What year did Gene Deal leave Bad Boy and Diddy? What year was it, y'all? He stopped working for Diddy. Like the mid 2000s, right? Look at this. Yo, now this is going to be crazy as I strategically break this down. Hit the like button. You see that, right? Unfortunately, the exact date that Gene Deal stopped working for Diddy isn't what? What? Is it what? Exactly. Unfortunately, the exact date that Gene Deal stopped working for Diddy. What is it? What? Exactly. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. You know why it's coming up like that? On Google, right? Right? Because as it says, they primary focus on his recent comments and experiences related to Diddy. Hit the like button. You see, the primary focus on what? You see this, right? What about all the shit that was going down when you was protecting the door, Gene Deal? We ain't talking about no Ja Rule and all them either. With Ja Rule coming out in the towels and shit, like you wasn't throwing ice on these niggas' backs. Stop it, bro. Like you wasn't bringing the baby oil. Like you wasn't the what? The go-getter. You know what the go-getter mean? Carry your ass to the store and get me a blunt. Carry your ass to the store and get me some baby oil. That's what security do. Carry your ass in the kitchen and go cook me a meal. Right? 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 He's been gone since the early 2000s. Right. But it's very funny how Google is not what? Google is not making that clear. Because you know why? Because if Google was to actually show that he'd been stopped working for Diddy in the early 2000s, then everybody'd be like, then what the fuck are we listening to him now for? Strategic drop. We'd be like, what the fuck are we listening to him now for? Because it's telling you right here, the primary focus is on his recent comments and experiences related to Diddy. You see what I'm saying, y'all? It's all a fucking strategic game that they are playing on the masses. All a strategic game. Because if he really felt as though that all these women was getting taken advantage of and these women life was in danger, why you sit there and help Diddy become the individual that he is today? You was working for him first. You was working for him first. You gave him the courage. You enticed him, nigga. As we hear Gene Deal lie about the color of the Impala. Like he lied about so many other things that went on that night. Okay? We hear him saying in the interview that the car was a steel color. Then we hear him on the goddamn police call saying the car is fucking blue, man. It's yo. And they already said Gene Deal got what they call that shit. They said Gene Deal already got early stages of dementia and shit. All right. And there's a lot of other things that's going on with Gene Deal. And the last thing he need to be doing is having his fat ass up on these platforms lying. That's the last thing he need to be doing. And the first thing he need to be doing is worried about him and his goddamn health. That's what he need to be worried about, respectfully. Because you wasting your energy every day to go to the goddamn courthouse like you doing something. And like I said, y'all, the only reason why he going to the courthouse because it's adding to these interviews. This is why he's at the courthouse every day. Because it adds to the interviews when they drop. There's no reason for him to be there. He ain't testifying. He ain't doing shit. If anything, he should have been testifying on is the exact shit that he came out with, right? If you should be bearing witness to anything, that's what happened to the notorious B.I.G. Like your initiative was when you first came out talking about everything, right? So how your initiative, as I strategically drop another bomb, how your initiative go from trying to find out what really happened to Big and tell the truth about what happened with Big to you over here with the fuckery and the shenanigans of P. Diddy. You with the play, bro. You with the play. And let me say it again. How did you come out acting like you try to get justice for Biggie Mama and this for Biggie and all this and all that? How you go from that to you jumping in a full blown in the middle of P. Diddy shenanigans? You got these interviewers asking you all these weirdo ass questions as I strategically drop more bombs. Y'all don't hear the type of content, uh, I mean, the type of context is coming out of that courtroom allegedly that they got all these bloggers and interviewers repeating this nasty ass language in a provocative way. People think my language is bad because of the way I break down my content. No, that shit that's coming out that courtroom is demonic and diabolical. And all this ilky, nasty shit that they claiming P. Diddy was into, bro, this is a way for them to set that shit as a normalization, as a norm. You know that, right? This ain't the takedown of P. Diddy. I want y'all to also know that this is not also the takedown of P. Diddy and a black man. This is also the promotion of filth. This is also the promotion of that filth and that shit that they claim that he was into. You know that, right? This is promotion for everybody to be doing this shit at a normal rate. You know that, right? Because everybody looked up to these powerful people with all this influence. Everybody want to be like these people, right? So when they hear these people doing all this weirdo ass shit behind closed doors and how they still was able to achieve success, you see what I'm saying? So this is a way of them actually conditioning the masses. You know that, right? I'm just keeping it 100 because there's no way Jane Deal, I could be able to go on these interviews and allow these interviewers to repeat some of that shit that they said in that courtroom that Diddy was doing and the shit that he was involved with. There's no way I could sit up there and like, as a grown man, and like have another grown ass man ask me these type questions. I don't give a fuck. Y'all done heard it in the courtroom already. Why you need to sit there and ask me these questions to see how I feel about it? You see what I'm saying? Make it make sense. Make it make sense. This is what all this is about. All right? The normalization of this filth. As we see websites and everything, man. I'm talking about, bro, some nasty, disgusting behavior that they putting out here. Not only is they putting it out here, they're allowing people with influence on these platforms to actually repeat this shit. $15 years. This Bama 101 say he worked with Diddy from 1990 to 2005. He should be on the stand. All the interviews, but not testifying as suspect. Absolutely. Right? Remind you of the Jaguar Right shit. And we do know, all right, that Jaguar Right and GEAN Deal are close too, right? They did the interview on what? On Hip Hop Street Stars. Also, right? Strategic drop, bro. All right. He backs Jaguar Right. Like all the way. Like she don't do no wrong and she never did. He don't hold Jaguar Right accountable for none of the bullshit that she been doing up here, bro. All right. Okay. And when we see people like that don't hold motherfuckers accountable for their fucked up actions, that applaud them, that shows where they really stand, man.
D-Rock, Damian Butler had just wrecked and left with the real Damien. And that was Diddy. This is where the caper comes into. Diddy had already convinced Big to do the business in California. We gotta go to California. 6 months after Pac died, we gotta go to California. It was no reason. Give it a year or two, give it some time, you know, the business still gonna be the same. It was no reason. But he got him there. Just like the devil told Jesus he had to go to Jerusalem to preach the gospel. They wasn't ready for that. Herod was not letting them get down with that. So, you know, they wasn't ready for that. But now, D-Rock is in the hands of Damien himself. That's Diddy. For that whole day. It was a setup. I gotta convince somebody in Junior Mafia who has the power to move Big, to have the power to convince Big that we gotta go to that vibe party. I'm gonna break it down to y'all to how I know it may have been.
If y'all are enjoying the content, man, drop a 1 in the chat, man. Hit the like button. Drop your fire and TVs in the chat. I appreciate y'all for joining me tonight. And I just want to say, man, I appreciate everybody that's been so patient and that's been riding with the Fire Flame Nation, man, as I took a little break to handle some things, man. But I promise y'all I'm going to make it up to y'all. All right, like I always do. And I appreciate y'all for still believing in me. I appreciate y'all for rocking with me, man, and inspiring me to continue to do what I do, man, because I'm nothing without y'all and we are nothing without each other, man. Let's go. I appreciate y'all, man.
D-Rock who convinced Big to go to that party. Now, if Big did that himself, I put my hands up and I apologize. The way I talked to Big, and I was telling him, man, we shouldn't be going nowhere when we talking in that Winnebago, he made it clear to me that they wasn't going nowhere. How you supposed to have been in London? That because his financial situation, he had to come out there and do that shit for Diddy. See, what y'all didn't know, at the time of Big's death, Big was broke. I told y'all about the fact that he had to get his contract to $60,000 and he was gonna stop building on his mother's house. So to come out there and work on Diddy's album and do what he needed to do, because the video was shot and everything like that. After we did that Sunday night, we shot, you know, could have left. But that's the business that he chose because he needed to borrow that money, like I said before, from Puff. So now, we've had to.
You see, he set the tone, he set the narrative, and what Puff, Diddy allow him to. Diddy allow him to. And we know Diddy do not play no games when it come to him and Bad Boy. He destroyed anything that tries to what? Come in the way of Bad Boy in his business dealings. But he let GEAN deal smooth on by and gave him a full-blown pass. GEAN deal up here airing out all your business and shit that can actually get you prosecuted for the murder of Notorious B.I.G. And he ain't sent a bomb at your fucking car, but he sent the bomb at Kid Cudi car for some pussy. Make it make sense. Make it make sense, yo. This is what I be trying to tell my people. When we make real life matters, make real life sense. Again, he up here exposing all this information that could have got Diddy indicted for the murder of Biggie. You don't play games with people life like that, right? Right? And we done seen with Puffy, Diddy do when people try to play games with his life, right? It's been documented. They testifying on the stand about it right now, right? Right. So you playing with his life that could possibly get him indicted and locked up, and he ain't sent a bomb at your fucking car, but he sent the bomb at Kid Cudi car for some pussy, right? Make it make sense. Because when we make real life matters make real life sense, which one would y'all send a bomb at, y'all? Would you send a bomb at an individual that's fucking on something that you already fucking? Or would you send a bomb on the motherfucker that's lying and trying to get you indicted for a murder that you ain't fucking commit? Hit the like button. Strategic drop. Exactly. Exactly. But let's go, y'all.
This conversation. I'm gonna fast forward back over into the studio. When I said to Big, oh, now you wanna talk big? You wanna tell shit?
Go ahead,
tell Puff
bro.
how you wrote Lil' Kim shit.
Go ahead, bro. GEAN Deal ain't nobody to be scared of. All right? All right? Looking like Larry Holmes, all flabby and sick. GEAN Deal ain't nobody to be scared of, man. And I'm just keeping it real. If anybody should have died the night Biggie died, GEAN Deal should have died first, then Biggie. Because GEAN Deal was the protector. He the one with the ammunition. He the one that's going to supposed to protect Big from getting killed. So when somebody coming to knock down Big, they supposed to knock down GEAN Deal too. Bang, bang, bang. Then hit Big. Bang, bang, bang. So the whole shit won't be intercepted. But that didn't happen. And GEAN Deal is a legal gunman. Why he ain't use his gun legally that night? Shout out to you. Fix up the mix. Where we make real life matters, make real life sense over here. Don't leave now. Shout out to you. But if GEAN Deal is a legal gunman, why didn't he use his gun in that legal situation that night? When has GEAN Deal ever used his gun? Never. He talk about his guns a lot, but it's not one time that's documented that he actually used that gun in the line of fire or in the line of duty protecting individuals. You see what I'm saying? So I believe a lot of shit he's saying is fabricated. I'm just keeping it real. Shout out to you, Fix Up in the Mix. But I'm just keeping it real. I don't see why Diddy would be even afraid of Gene Deal. For what? He trusted Gene. Gene was his cook. He loved Gene. Gene did a lot of things for him and kept his mouth quiet on a lot of things. You know? So I don't understand. Gene's supposed to be such just lethal man in such a lethal way with all these Mel Gibson and Danny Glover lethal weapons. And we ain't see the motherfucker get lethal yet. We ain't see the motherfucker get lethal yet. Now, I'm not saying that he won't get lethal, because anybody get lethal when they back against the wall and when it's time. Anybody will do it. A kid will do it. Anybody will get lethal if they had to. But we haven't heard or seen Gene Deal get lethal with nothing, even when it came to that deadly night that the biggest rapper in the world lost his life. Y'all act like Diddy a thug. Oh, I know who you is. Cause don't nobody even use thug no more, bro. You got to go. I already know who you is. You told on yourself. You out of here. Nobody don't even use thug anymore, bro. All right? Nobody don't even use that shit. You the only one who use that shit on your memberships, bro. That's how you just told on your stupid ass self. Like Diddy ain't got thugs around him. All right? It's a lot of motherfuckers that ain't thugs, but they got thugs that work for them that do that thug work, though, right? Right? So, Ratchet, stay the fuck about my shit. You and your tiny thugs, respectfully. Because don't nobody even use thug anymore. You the only one using thug, because we all know what that thug shit is really about now that the truth done came out, right? Stop it, bro. Shout out everybody up in here, man. Strategic drop and release, man. Catch and release on them. It's what we do, man. Catch and release a time. For real. Shout out the whole nation up in here. I appreciate y'all.
Puff started jumping up and down. You did what? You told him what? I said, yeah, he told me to roll no cam shit. He said, say it. He jumped up in big face.
That motherfucker the only one on YouTube with tiny thug memberships and shit like weird shit. Right? Right? Ain't got nerve to come in here talking about a thug. Bro, come on, bro.
He like, let me hear you say it. Just say it once. Say it once. Told you Big already told me he owned his marketing and his publishing. So I explained that in Raw Deal 1, 2, or 3. You know what that meant. He jumping around, talking, yo, just say it, just say it. Big, just, one eye went that way, the other one the other way. And he was like, oh man, look at, and that's the first time I ever heard him call him Diddy. Ah, Diddy. Go ahead with that Diddy. Go ahead with that Diddy. And it didn't catch to me what he meant by Diddy until Puff left off the room. And I remember, like I said, playing Donkey Kong. And the little monkey that comes out at the end is his little nephew, and he's Diddy Kong. And that's when I said to Big, oh, so what is it? He Diddy, you donkey? Yeah, look at you, man. And I looked at D-Rock, I was like, yo, my man, for real? For real, Rock? So now, All this has been staged and set.
See
Puff
that?
got deep.
All this has been staged and set. You see this, right? Like I said, he's away. He did this documentary, biography, or whatever you want to call it. All right. This shit can actually indict somebody. If this shit was so true that he's saying the way that it happened, why nobody get indicted? Why nobody went to jail, y'all? Pay attention. Everything he said, the police never went off of a goddamn thing he ever said. Because he's a fucking liar. But you know what they're make it seem like? You know what they're trying to make it seem like? From the perspective that they want us to intake this shit? You know how they will perceive it, right? They will perceive the shit like he's telling the truth and ain't nothing actually getting done about it. But with all this information and the way he done implicated, he done dropped, he name dropped, y'all. He dropped names. He dropped names. All these interviews that we see on YouTube today where artists, rappers, and everybody getting indicted off these interviews. Why nobody never got indicted off of these interviews Gene Deal has been doing about the Biggie situation? Strategic drop, because none of it is true. It's all bullshit. If it was true, some charges would have came out by now. Something. Something. Just like they picking all these other interviews, right? From individuals. The internet is a powerful motherfucking place right now. It got the whole wide world. It got everybody undivided attention. Not only do it got everybody's undivided attention, it also has the feds' attention. It also has prosecutors' attention. You know why? There is no way they will be able to prosecute the notorious. There's no way they will be able to prosecute Diddy or nobody for the notorious B.I. situation. For the notorious B.I.G. situation, is because if they do, Gene Deal will have to be indicted himself. This is why nobody never got indicted, because the first person that will be indicted will be Gene Deal. Hit the like button, strategic drop, and I'm going to prove it. Strategically. This is why no one never got indicted yet. This is why Puffy never got indicted. Because if Puffy would have got indicted, Gene Deal would have got indicted. Right off the rip, because Gene Deal was security. He knew the whole play. He knew the whole layout. It'd be impossible for them to bring up charges and indict anybody on this notorious B.I.G. situation without indicting Gene Deal. Gene Deal would have to be the first or the second person indicted in the situation because he knows so much, allegedly, right? He was there with Big, right? He said motherfuckers called him from the feds and all this shit, right? So he got all the information. Not only do he got all the information, all right, he got all the what? Names as well to go with the information or the timelines, which means what? Indictment. Indictment. Name one motherfuckers that went on interviews talking about murders and name dropping that they didn't get indicted. Name one motherfucker, Keffe D. If Keffe D got indicted, why Gene Deal ain't get indicted as I strategically break this shit down? Boom. If Keffe D got indicted, why Gene Deal ain't get indicted? If Keffe D got indicted for his interviews about the Pop situation, why Gene Deal ain't get indicted by his interviews about the Big situation? Make it make sense, because we do. Strategic breakdown. Okay? Keffe D, bro. Keffe D. Why is he in jail, y'all? Check it out. Why is Keffe in jail? For these motherfucking interviews, right? Right? All these interviews that he said Puffy did this, did that. He name dropped the same interviews that Keffe D did, Gene Deal is doing also. The same type of interviews. Keffe D just did it about Tupac and the Puffy. Gene Deal doing it about the Biggie situation in the Puffy. So why Gene Deal ain't get indicted? But Keffe D got indicted for the interviews about him talking about the P. Diddy shit. Now, a lot of people were saying that because he was mentioning P. Diddy name, as I strategically break this down, because like I said, bro, we make real life matters, make real life sense, and I come from all angles, man. Because when you live in life realistically, you have to think about things from all angles, not just a one-way fucking street. Because we know life ain't no one-way street, and things don't just come from a one way. It come from all ways, right? So we got Keffe D allegedly supposed to got indicted for running his mouth about P. Diddy, right? Hit the like button. Ain't this the word? Ain't this the narrative? Ain't this the narrative? Keffe D got indicted for running his mouth about Diddy, right? So all this mouth that Gene Deal been running about Diddy, why Diddy ain't get the same powers that be that he allegedly got on Keffe D? Why he ain't get them powers to come after Gene Deal as I strategically break this shit down? You see, we gonna make it make sense, bro. I'm telling you, by the time we done over here, motherfuckers gonna know the truth. Keffe D is locked up right now and put away for doing these interviews. But Gene Deal still walking around freely than a motherfucker, doing any interview he want, dropping names and everything. And he don't get indicted. He don't get no charges brung up on him. They letting him in the federal courthouse, the same federal system and state system, because we know that they work together, that got Keffe D incarcerated, right? So why they ain't got Gene Deal incarcerated for all these interviews that he been doing? How many interviews have Gene Deal did? How many interviews have Keffe D did? Add them up. How many interviews have Gene Deal did? And how many interviews have Keffe D did? And they all been on the same platform. Keffe D been on Vlad. Gene Deal been on Vlad. Keffe D went on Dialogue. Then who shows up on Dialogue as I strategically break this down? Who was on Dialogue first? Keffe D, right? Before Gene Deal even came to Dialogue, bro, who was on Dialogue platform first? You see, y'all, I'm one of the best to do this. When I tell y'all, I do my homework. When I tell y'all my research is impeccable, bro. Yo, this is why I'm Mr. Strategic for real. I earned that. I earned that. And let me say it again. Check this out. Watch this. Watch this. Look. Check it out. Strategic drop. Who was on dialogue first? Way before Gene Deal. 3 years ago. Year ago. Who was it? Who? Who? Somebody should be going to jail in a minute, right? We gonna be counting down, Gene Deal. We gonna see how long you last after these interviews. All right? Because it's already been proven and it's been facts that every individual that came up on these platforms running their fucking mouth then got indicted or then got exterminated. And with that being said, like I said, there's nowhere in the world Keffe D got indicted for running his mouth about Pop and Puffy and that whole situation that went on out there in Las Vegas. And Gene Deal hasn't been indicted for the Biggie and the Puffy and running his mouth about that whole situation that went on out there in Los Angeles. It's the same shit. It's the same thing, and nobody is paying attention. But I believe Gene Deal might have wrote and signed a check that his ass ain't gonna be able to cash, just like Keffe D did, bro. All right, in the same way like Keffe D ain't see this shit coming, all right, Gene Deal ain't gonna see it coming either when it hit him, because he even just said out his own goddamn mouth, right? The devil is a liar. Strategic drop, bro. Strategic drop. The devil is a liar. And like I said, do we get Keffe D vibes now, y'all? Hit the like button. Did I just open up a whole fucking portal now? Are we getting Keffe D vibes over here with Gene Deal all of a sudden? Because I've been getting these vibes. And I've been saying something ain't right with Gene Deal. And now he's showing up on these same platforms that Keffe D showed up on, y'all. The same exact ones. The same exact one. Crazy work, right? Crazy work. It makes you think why Gene Deal don't even mention too much about Keffe D. Do we? Do we? Let me tell you why. Because Keffe D, if he know, as I strategically break this down, we know Keffe D and P. Diddy was like this, right? So, and you know, when I start to sweat, bruh, that's the spirit that's running, right? Check it out. Now, we know P. Diddy and Keffe D was like this, right? That means Keffe D and who else was like this? Hit the like button. If what? If what? If Gene Deal was doing security for P. Diddy, right? And Keffe D and P. Diddy made this deal with this Tupac shit. That means Gene Deal was right there as well, right? Hit the like button. We make it make sense all the time. We make it make sense all the time. Right? How much you want to bet? Keffe D knows some shit about Gene Deal. How much y'all want to bet? How much y'all want to bet? How much you want to bet? And this is why. See something here. Let me see something here. Let me see something here, y'all. Let me see something here. Check this out. Check this out. Gene Deal said Keffe D was talking to Biggie right before he died. You know this, right? Gene Deal said out his mouth that Keffe D was talking to Biggie, yo. You know this, right? See, a lot of this went over a lot of people's head and under a lot of people's feet, but I got the receipts. Okay? Check this shit out, yo.
Out of curiosity, man, after Tupac was killed in Vegas, how many times did you see Keffe D around Puffy and Von Zip?
Well, you got to realize is that I'm in Harlem, so Keffe D came around Zip a couple of times. You understand? He came around Zip a couple of times after Pac got shot.
Bang, bang, bang.
I think I seen him 3 times.
Bang,
you know
bang,
what I'm saying?
bang.
I seen him at the hotel. I don't know if it was the Four Seasons. I seen him at the hotel. Then I seen him in Vegas.
Yeah, you seen him a lot more than that.
Orlando.
You seen him a lot more than that. You seen him a lot more than that. You seen him a lot more than that, you lying motherfucker. All right? And this is why when Keffe D was on these platforms, Gene Deal was quiet. Hit the like button. Nobody's paying attention. When Keffe D was on these platforms, where was Gene Deal at? Why Gene Deal wasn't running his mouth? Coming out calling Keffe D a liar. When Keffe D was on these platforms, where was Gene Deal at? Scared to death. Scared to death. Not knowing what the fuck Keffe D gonna say about him. Now all of a sudden Keffe D gets locked up, Gene Deal on all these platforms. Pay attention, yo. It wasn't until after Keffe D got locked up, Gene Deal started showing up on these other platforms. Yes, he had his own channel already, doing his own thing over there. But before he started going to these big platforms, Keffe D was already there. And when Keffe D was talking all this shit about Puffy, Gene Deal was quiet as a fucking mouse, scared to death. Scared to death. Scared to death. All of a sudden, he get locked up. Here come Gene Deal in that same platform, want to talk about Keffe D, right? Right? Let's go, y'all. Hit the like button, drop y'all fire and TVs in the chat. We gonna show them who the fuck we be.
And all them was in there. And I seen him in the night of the Vibe party because, he came over by Big, and Big got like he didn't know him. And I was like, yo, Big, you don't know Keffe? You don't know Keffe D? He was like, and Big just looked. I said, yo, man, he one of the shot callers out here. You understand? And him and Big gave each other dap. You understand? So I seen him 3 times. You know what I'm saying? 3 or 4. I seen him 3 times in California on the West Coast, and I seen him like I think twice in New York.
Right. So when you seen Keffe D at the Vibe party, man, did you see him talk to Puffy at any point at the Vibe party, my man?
I didn't see him talk because Puff had ran up to the DJ booth a couple of times and I went with him. Then when he came back and sat right there by Big, he said, yo, Gene, stay with Big. And so when he said stay with Big, yo, wherever he go, whatever he do, that's on him. My duty's just to Big right now. Because you paying me to stay with Big now. So I stood with Big up until the time we got ready to leave.
See that, right?
So if he was running around and talked to him, he, you know, because Keffe D wasn't there. And if he was there, I didn't see him. So then I guess Puff told him that we was over there by a table. Then that's when I seen Keffe D.
I heard a rumor before, man. I don't know if this is true or not, but is it true that DJ Quick and some Pyrus pressed y'all at the vibe party at the table y'all sitting at? Is that true?
Bro, let me tell you something. I ain't heard no shit like that. And let me just tell you something, man. I don't know what people take what I do or think what I do.
Here he go with the fantasizing. Here he go.
Take what I do or think what I do it's ever been a joke.
It is a joke. Biggie died, bitch. It is a joke. It is a joke. You are a joke. You are a fucking joke. You let the biggest rapper in the world die on your watch while you was getting paid. Like you just said, I'm getting paid to protect Big, right? You are a fucking joke. Fuck you talking about? Biggie dead, nigga. You ain't let off one shot. You ain't take one bullet. Couldn't even get the man to the hospital. You are a joke. You are a fucking joke. You don't even know how to get to the hospital. How the fuck are you doing security for somebody when you don't even know how to get to the hospital, bro? He don't even know how to get to the hospital. Talking about, I don't know if y'all take what I do for a fucking joke. You damn right it's a fucking joke. All right, and a Jack in the Box. And I ain't talking about the burgers either, motherfucker. Fuck you talking about? You are a joke. And then what make the joke even more on you, you still continue to go out there to California after Biggie got knocked down like your life wasn't in danger no more, right? Right? Because if Biggie got killed while I was out there and they already told me that they was going to kill all of us, but Biggie just so happens to get killed, why would I ever be safe out there in Los Angeles again? Why would I ever feel safe being out there? Right? Right? Gene Dealer's a fucking liar. And he been lying for 30 years. Because there's no way, like I said, y'all, if you do high profile security for celebrities and they see that you allowed the biggest rapper to die while you was doing security for them, why would they hire you? You couldn't even get Biggie to the hospital. Why would they hire you? What good are you to them? Which proves all this shit was set up from the gate. And this is why he's all the way up here in the car with Diddy and not in the car with Biggie when the shots go off. As we just heard him say, Diddy said, stand next to Big and stay next to Big. And I was standing right next to Big and I stayed right next to Big all the way up to the time he got killed until he left out the club. Then you go separate ways. And soon as you off Big, Big get killed. The whole time you out there in Cali, right? You right on big. Nothing happens. All of a sudden, this one night that you're blaming everything on this party, when the party didn't kill him. The one that actually had him killed was you, because you was the one that's supposed to be protecting his life, Gene. And everybody need to realize that. The reason why Biggie is dead is because of Gene Deal, bro. If the security didn't get hit, that means he wasn't trying to protect Biggie. Let me say it again. If the security did not get touched, that goes to show you the security was never a threat. And the killers knew that. If the killers felt as though that the security was a threat, they would have been the first ones to get knocked down, bro.
But anybody who know me, who seen me in action, who know what I've done over
Oh
the
my
years,
God, yo.
ain't nobody pressing nothing but a pair of pants and a shirt. Cause they definitely not pressing me or pressing nothing I'm dealing with when I'm out there doing my thing.
But how did this man right here come look you? You said this man walked up to you, looked you in your face, bro. Right? Right? You said this man walked up to you, looked you in your face. And turned around. And you know why I believe this man walked up to Gene Deal and looked Gene Deal in his face was to get the go from Gene Deal to knock down Biggie. This is the only reason why the security guard would come up to Gene Deal. Because other than that, he should have came up to Gene Deal to knock his ass down, right? All right, so I'm about to play a clip. I'm about to play a clip.
Before P called me that morning, I had him to a T before. 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 I had him to a T before.
You hear that, right? Strategic drop, bro. I'm one of the best to do this. This was Gene Deal interview back in 1998 or 97. All right? That's right. This was back in 98, 97. See something here. See if I could. I find it without the music. Hold on here.
I asked Gene why Biggie's friends hadn't been more cooperative with the police.
Hit the
I
like
wouldn't be
button.
talking to you if it wasn't for Miss Wallace. You know what I'm saying? If she wasn't pouring her heart, crying, I wouldn't be saying jack shit to you. You understand? I think, yeah, some of the other people in the whole crew should have came forward. Yeah, I believe that. You understand? Because I believe biggest turnover in this
I'm telling you, yo, I got so much receipts. Old shit, the new shit. Old school, new school need to learn though. And y'all go learn over here. This motherfucker talk too much.
Because people ain't coming to the forefront for his mother. They knew he loved his mother, he cared for his mother, whatever like that. You understand what I'm saying? Everybody do. Everybody care for their mom. You understand? And I just believe that maybe some people should have came forward, and then maybe people just want to just say, listen, I'm a
strategic drop. This is the same shit I'm showing y'all here. All right? We going back damn near 30 years in time. All right? 30 years in time.
Listen, that's the guy that came up to me. Listen, that's the guy that came up to me. Yeah. Listen, that's the guy that came up to me.
That's the guy that came up to me. Right?
That guy. That guy right there. That's him. The Nation of Islam shot big. A guy in the Nation of Islam shot big. A guy in the Nation of Islam shot big. And I said, yo, dog, he had the blue suit, blue bow tie, white shirt, peanut head, receding hairline, brown skin. He was like, yeah, dog, how you know? I said, a nigga came up to me first. He was like, yeah, dog, how you know? I said, a nigga came up to me first. He was like, yeah, dog, how you know? I said, a nigga came up to me first.
The nigga came up to me first. And you know why he came up to you first? Because he knew that you was the only security that could intercept this play. All right? And you had to give him the go to knock down Big. He had to make sure everything was everything. This is why he walked up to you, motherfucker. Because he knew that you was the only one with the security and the gun to protect Big. Because if he felt as though that you was a threat, why he ain't kill you, bro? Why he ain't knock you down too? Why he ain't knock you down too?
Yeah. He was like, yeah, dog, how you know? I said, a nigga came up to me first. I said, he came to us first. He walked up the Puff van. And I got him off. And he was like, man. I said, he came to us first. He walked up the Puff van.
He walked up the Puff van. Listen.
And I got him off. I said, he came to us first. He walked up the Puff van. And I got him off.
He walked up the Puff van and I got him off. No. He walked up the Puff van and y'all said, go handle your business. We'll be up here. That's what the fuck happened. Because if you felt as though that man was a threat and you got him off a Puffy truck, why you ain't get him up off a Big truck? If you knew Big was vulnerable, him and the whole Junior Mafia, strategic drop. We gonna break down all his bullshit. We gonna break down all his bullshit. The time is now. 30 years too goddamn late. 30 years too goddamn late. As I strategically bring my content together as a collective. Gene Deal just told us out his own goddamn mouth. Like he done said so much out of his own goddamn mouth. So much. He done said he getting all-timers and shit they saying. It's a whole lot of shit he don't even remember that he done said. All right, and this shit gonna come back to haunt him. It's gonna come back to haunt him. Now, like I said, he said the man came up to our van first, came up to our truck first. You know why I came up to y'all truck? Yeah, because y'all told him to do what you need to do. Go ahead. Go ahead. And this is why, as I strategically break this down, y'all, look, This is why Gene Deal and Diddy truck is all the way up here, and Biggie truck is back here with the killer. Strategic drop where we make real life matters, make real life sense. Soon as that dude came up to that goddamn car, they pulled off. They ran the light and left Big. This is why they supposed to be traveling, all right, in a like a motorcade fashion together, as we seen in the movie as well, right? They made sure they put that in a movie that Puffy truck and the truck Gene Deal was in went through the light, and Biggie and them shit was stuck at the light. When y'all supposed to be moving as a unit, you the only security, bruh. You the only security out there. You just said you had this dude down to the T, right? You felt as though the dude was a threat to you and Puff, so you got him up off of the truck, right? So if you already got the word that they was going to kill you, Big, and all you niggas out there, the nigga just walked up to you. You got him up off of the truck, but you know Big is vulnerable. You know that's who they really want. Why you speed ahead? Why y'all leave Big when the killer just walked up to the truck? But the pivotal thing that we all want to know, what was the conversation between you and that killer, Gene Deal? You's a fucking lie. Listen, listen. It was some words just changed. Let me show y'all something too as I strategically break this down. Okay, now when we go to the night, like I said, I'm one of the best. And then we gonna close this shit and get ready for part 2 tomorrow. Cause I'm gonna leave y'all on the edge of the seat with this one right here. Strategically, one of the best. Check this shit out. All right. Check this shit out, y'all. All right. One of the best, yo. I love what I do. Okay. So we're going to go to the night that this alleged only footage that has been brought to the masses that has been released. Okay, now if y'all pay attention, strategic drop. When they are showing this video, it's going to be an edit. It's going to be an edit. Check it out. We're going to see a Range Rover pull up first. See this here. All right. See this here, right? This is a Range Rover. Okay. This is not one of the vehicles in the Suburbans that Biggie and Puffy were in. They were in identical Suburbans. Shout out John Brown for the endorsement and the sponsorship of this live. Appreciate you for joining the Fire Flame family. Like, share, subscribe. I don't think he'll come. All right. He ain't gonna come. But check this out. Watch the edit. Now we see this vehicle here. Right? See it, right? See how the back is slanted. It's a slanted back. This is one of the old school Range Rovers, man. All right. If you know your cars, you know your vehicles, you know your vehicles. This is one of the old school Range Rovers right here. Now, check the edit out. Watch the edit. Watch the edit. See that? See the edit, right? So it's the reason for that edit. Let me explain as I strategically break this down. The reason for that edit is because when Gene Deal is saying that the killer walked up to our truck first, okay? The killer walked up to our truck first. But when we see this video, we never see Puffy truck and the killer. None of them ever walk up. When it comes into play, it shows Biggie truck. See? It shows Biggie truck. Pay attention. It never shows P. Diddy truck or Gene Deal, or what Gene Deal is saying, how this killer walked up to their truck first. You know why? Because there was a conversation between that shooter, that alleged shooter, Gene Deal and Diddy. That shooter stayed at that truck longer than what Gene Deal is saying. And this is why it has been edited out. This is where in the movie as well, it picks up from this part. Biggie getting into the truck. You see what I'm saying? All right. Hold up here, y'all. Hold up here. Hold up. This is the truck. Gene did. Hold up. Let me reconfirm this. Hold on, because now that I look at it very close, this is the white that P. Diddy had on along with that hat, right? P. Diddy had that bucket type hat on, even in the movie. When it went down, okay, we seen the hat fall on the ground and shit like that. Even in the last picture, as I strategically break this down, P. Diddy has on the bucket hat, right? So, it is confirmed that this is them in this truck, right? But, as Gene Deal is explaining, that the killer walked up to our truck first, and I got the killer up off of the truck. Why that is not in the video? Now, pay attention, y'all.
I said he came to us first. He walked up the Puff van, and I got him off. I said he came to us first. He walked up the Puff van, and I got him off.
Okay. All right. Okay. Check it out. Okay, so when they pull up, all that should be into play. Why was that part edited out? Something ain't right either, yo. Because why is they showing somebody getting in the back seat? That's supposed to be big, when we know Biggie got in the front seat, y'all. Something is off with this, yo. And I'm getting goosebumps and chills just by looking at it, as we also know Biggie was not in the same car as Diddy. But in the movie, they show this exact scene. Check it out now. That's supposed to be Biggie, but why is he getting in the back seat, y'all? Oh, yo. This shit right here, now it gets crazier. Now it gets crazier, y'all. Strategic drop. something that has never been revealed or released. This is Biggie getting in the same truck as P. Diddy in them, y'all. Hit the like button. Somebody is lying. Strategic drop. Yo. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Hey, yo. When I tell y'all the goosebumps is real, the goosebumps is real. When I'm telling you the spirit is moving, bro. In the movie, they show a reenactment of this exact same scene. But when they actually show it, they show Biggie getting into the passenger side where he allegedly supposed to got shot at. But when you look at the actual footage, Biggie got into the back seat, y'all. And he was in the same vehicle as P. Diddy and GEAN. This is crazy. We looking at Big right here. This supposed to be Big. This Diddy with the hat. Okay? They showing Big which is the same reenactment in the movie that they showed. Check it out. Hold on. See something here, man. See something here. Hit the like button, y'all. See something here, yo. All right, let's go. Let's go. Let's show them how this shit done, bro. We one of the best, bro. Let's show them how this shit done. All right. This is the movie now. All right. Reenacting in the movie. Look, he's getting in the front. In the front. Right? Hit the like button. Strategic drop. Yo, it's up. It's up. It's up. It's up. Yo, it's up. As we got the actual footage that they're actually doing a reenactment of. Right? Right. But why is Big getting into the back seat, y'all? Look. And Diddy is in the front. When I told y'all this was going to be a strategic, systematic breakdown, I meant every word I said. And I told y'all I would never disappoint y'all, boy. I am one of the best to do this shit because I do it in the name of the Most High, strategically. And this is why I'm the only one that's able to reveal information the way that I have been revealing it because I am spiritually awakened and have been spiritually sent, all right, to unlock all this shit. And I honestly believe that. We done seen it take place so many times on this platform. So many times. So many times. And like I said, now everything that we have been told over the last 30 years about what really happened to the notorious B.I.G. out there that day, even down to, check it out, even down to everything that they told us about what actually took place out there in Los Angeles that night, and why Gene Deal was actually put in place from the beginning to steer this whole narrative, because it was something deeper and darker than what they telling us how Biggie got knocked down out there, bro. All right, and now it's up. What I tell y'all, all right, now it's gonna be a problem. All right, this is y'all. Listen, listen here. What we just revealed tonight is going to shake up some shit now. Y'all do know this, right? Like I said, they hit us with so much shit. We allowed this to go over our head and under our feet for the last, what, 30 goddamn years. How we never noticed the whole time that Biggie was getting in the back seat, but they telling us that he got shot up in the front. And even in the movie, they do the reenactment of Biggie getting into the front seat, okay, of this vehicle, okay, all the way, all the way, okay. And it is showing us, check it out. Like I said, we can see what actually, how they saying it took place. Okay, as they show us the sacrifice with the one eye symbolism in the movie right before it actually takes place. As it has now been proven that something darker happened out there with the notorious B.I.G. And now we see why P. Diddy was on the level that he was on after the notorious B.I.G. died. And now we see why Gene Deal was so protected. We see why Lil Kim was able to stay afloat. Everybody that was like basically around in that bad boy and around Big and around that whole movement of what was going on is still really comfortable all the way to this day in some type of way. Even the ones who was at the Peterson Museum that night when Biggie got knocked down. Like I said, it was a lot of people from the industry that was there. This was a major sacrifice put on display. I honestly believe for all the individuals that was involved to sit back and, you know what I mean, knew that all this was going to happen. Yo, listen, the Wayne's brothers were there that night. As we know, after this situation, the Wayne's brothers came out with a sitcom. Irv Gotti was there that night. Okay. We didn't even know who Irv Gotti was at this time. All of a sudden, Irv Gotti comes out. The next year, Ja Rule, Murder Inc., Boom Boom, Holla Holla, and all this shit. Irv Gotti got a big, know what I mean? He has a big role in hip hop all of a sudden. Busta Rhymes. Busta Rhymes was also there that night. Brooklyn's very own. All right. And we all know Busta Rhymes was already aligned with some powerful people because he was already doing movies and shit already. And we know that you just don't get into the movie game unless you into that other game, bro. All right. And it is what it is with Tupac too. I gotta keep it real. I gotta keep it real. I'm not taking nothing away from their creativity as an artist. Now I mean, but we don't know who these real life individuals really are, even though they might influence us in a certain type of way. Now I mean, that's their job. They're supposed to. That's how they get paid, to entertain and influence. Now, I mean, this is why they said, man, don't be surprised if one of your biggest heroes, you never want to meet one of your biggest heroes or your idols, because your idols, your heroes and your idols become rivals, man. It's not what you all expected it to be. You see what I'm saying? So there's a lot of people that was there the night when Biggie died that wind up, I mean, in big positions after the fact. Okay, the Brat and So Def and Jermaine Dupri was also there that night at this museum. Remember, y'all, this was the Soul Train after party, Vibe Awards after party. It was a lot of artists and shit there that still never said a word about what they seen or saw that night. All right, and I broke that down like last year, and I got all the receipts of everybody that I'm saying. Everybody that I done named, I got the receipts of all of them there that night at that party. The Wayans brothers, Busta Rhymes, Jermaine Dupri, Irv Gotti, So Def, The Brat, Ed Lover, Dr. Dre, and so many more. And so many more. And a lot of people went up in rankings after this night. And as we see, which it would only make sense, why would Biggie be in a separate vehicle? Why wouldn't Biggie be with Diddy, right? In the same vehicle, right? Right? Now it makes sense as we see Biggie getting in the vehicle that Diddy is in. Why would they be in separate vehicles? That would make no sense, especially when they only had one security guard, right? And that one security guard was GEAN. Why wouldn't, as close as Big and Puffy was at that time in this era, bro, why wouldn't they be in the same vehicle traveling together? Why wouldn't they be? It's only right, and we see it for ourselves as they show Biggie on that night getting to the back seat in back of who? P. Diddy. They said GEAN was in the back of Puffy. Check this out. I got the receipt. They said GEAN was in back of Puffy.
And Reggie Blaylock and Paul Offord in the security vehicle. Ken Story, who was Puffy's driver, thought he might have seen an Impala parked across the street facing the other direction when they'd first pulled out of the parking garage, but he didn't see the shooter's car when the shooting happened. So the people literally the farthest away of all the witnesses thought that in the dark, under the streetlights, it looked black. Everybody else who saw the Impala up close said it was green or blue. Little Cease, who was seated right behind Biggie and who is the closest surviving witness to the shooting, said the car was dark green. G-Money, who was Biggie's driver, said the car was greenish. And in Puffy Suburban, Anthony Jacobs, who was in the third row of seats in the back, also looked back and said the car was light greenish. Detectives even showed him photos taken in various lighting conditions of both black and greenish color Impalas, and he still picked out the green one. And Gene Deal, seated behind Puffy, would claim the Impala green one. And Gene Deal, seated behind Puffy, would claim the Impala green one. And Gene Deal, seated behind Puffy,
Strategic drop! How the fuck is Gene Deal sitting behind Puffy when we see Biggie literally get in the car and sit behind Puffy, y'all? It's something going on here. What? We see Big with our own eyes as they do the reenactment in the movie as well. Right? Look. Big, right? This supposed to be Big, right? Getting in it, right? This is why they show us this shit in the movie, right? Right. But the difference is they told us it happened in the front seat. In the movie, it tells us it happened in the front seat. All right. But in reality, all right, Biggie was in the back seat and Puffy was in the front seat. They were in the same fucking vehicles, yo. They were in the same vehicles. All right? Which makes sense. Why would the biggest star be in the front seat? He would be in the back, right? Shout out John Brown again for the super sticker, super chat. $4.99 sponsorship and endorsement. Why would the biggest artist be in the front seat? Windows down and everything. Check it out. They never shot through the windows. All right? You hardly don't see no blood in the car or none of that shit. His window was rolled all the way down. Why is he in Cali when he already said he's already having dreams of people killing them? He feels as though his life is in danger. Why would you get in the front seat with no fucking tents? Why would you get in the back seat, right? Right. And that's actually what he did. He got in the back seat. He was not in the front. And it's showing us. All right? And why are P. Diddy, why is their windows down? You see, they supposed to be riding low key, undercover, right? Gene Deal's supposed to be head of security, right? You talking something, I don't know if y'all take me for a joke in my job. It is a joke. You don't know how to get to the hospital. You can't protect Big. And not only that, you don't know how to move military minded. I'll be like, yo, roll them fucking windows up, bruh. Fuck you got us sitting like ducks out here for. So, they said it was Gene Deal in the spot that we see Biggie sitting in. And somebody else was behind Biggie. What actually happened in LA that night? What actually took place? Because like I said, man, Gene Deal was used to steer the narrative on everything that happened that night. And this is why this documentary came out and no one ever got indicted, because nothing that he's saying is the fucking truth. And we know if it was, and if Diddy felt as though that he could have got indicted off of this shit, he would have done some shit at GEAN deal for real, bro. But this was all to stir the whole narrative. 30 years worth of lies. As this came out 6 years ago to continue the narrative for this generation. But now the ones that was born and raised and already up and coming, we know what's going on. You see what I'm saying? And we know what was told to us. All right? From the very beginning. So it's nothing that they can say now that can make us change our mind about what the fuck we already know and what the facts already state. And the facts already state is this, that they already released the video and showed us Biggie getting in the back seat of this fucking Tahoe, not the front seat like they've been telling us. So not only have hip hop been lying, right? Not only have Diddy been lying, Bad Boy been lying, so have GEAN Deal, as I strategically break this shit down. All right. All right, I hope y'all enjoyed the show. If y'all just coming in here, man, I guarantee you hit the backfire. This is one y'all would not want to miss. Because if y'all want to continue on this next breakdown that we about to be doing tomorrow, y'all have to catch up on what we got going on tonight. And that's a must, man, because it's a lot of information that has been released strategically. And I told y'all, we just gonna get this motherfucking job done. And we getting it done, man. Shout out everybody up in here, man. Shout out my whole nation. Everybody that's been rocking with me all night. Shout out my mods. Shout out Angela, man. Shout out the whole motherfucking nation, bro. Like I said, bro. All right. All right. They got problems. They got problems. All right. Mr. Strategic is back. We are back. And listen, listen. Was it worth the wait? Drop your fire and TVs in the chat. Was it worth the wait? Tell me this content that I broke down tonight ain't the best content since I left. On some real shit. On some real shit. Got y'all on the edge of y'all seat. Don't know what I'm going to drop next. And this is how content should be. All right, you shouldn't be able to figure out where the content going next on motherfuckers' platform. This is why they dried up. Over here, you never know what you're going to get or what I'm going to drop. And that's what makes us so special, because we just don't cram everything up. All right? We do this shit like a movie to keep you coming back. Shout out everybody up in here, man. Shout out all my subscribers, all my new members. Cinnamon, what's up? Anybody got any questions, man, before we get up out of here, man? John Brown said, don't sign off yet. This is awesome. Listen here, man. This is only the beginning, John. This is only the beginning, man. Welcome to the Fire Flame Nation. We here now. And you are now a fire starter, man. And trust me, if you love what we doing over here, just wait. The best is yet to come. As I told everybody, I was going to strategically prove GEAN Deal lies, right? Right? Oh, did I do it in such a strategic way, man? Word is born. I love what I do, man. I love what I do. Big was supposed to be in the back, right? Yeah, man, we on them. Big ass psyop. How about that? They went to the hospital 30 minutes away when it was one so much closer. Right, 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 man. Shout out all my sponsors. Paula Hall, for the endorsement and sponsorship. Sharice79 for joining the Fire and Flame Nation. John Brown for the $4.99 sponsorship. Listen, think Gene Deal gonna come up here and show his face after this? This is only night one. He's shook now. You know what they're gonna try to do now? They're gonna try to come after the channel now. You know that, right? You know that, right? You know why? Because we're a real life threat. You see what I'm saying? So your job is to keep liking, sharing, keep all the positive comments coming. You know what I mean? And let YouTube know that you are enjoying the content. You know what I mean? And this content ain't no different from all the other content that's on YouTube. We just a little bit louder when we breaking our shit down. And this is why I'm still here. As people try to take my channel down, tried to have me terminated and all that, just because of the way I express my content. You see what I'm saying? And that's what separates me from them also. It's the way I express it. You see what I'm saying? So the way I express it, people get offended by that, but it's actually no different from what everybody else is saying out their mouth. I'm just saying it in a more aggressive way. That's it. And this is why I'm still here and I'm able to do what I do. And I do this for y'all, man. Shout out everybody up in here, man. Gene Deal ain't coming nowhere near this shit. He ain't coming. He ain't coming. He got a lot of explaining to do. And we ain't done yet. We ain't done yet. Shout out Angela, man. Love y'all, man. Thank y'all for rocking with me, man. It's about 12:30 East Coast time, man. Know what I mean? As tonight we done opened up one of the biggest Pandora's box that ever had been opened up. Hip hop homicides or none of that shit ain't got shit on us. What we do over here. And we done proved them wrong so many times. When it came to the Mo 3 shit, the Julio shit, it don't matter, bro. When I start breaking down these type cases, bro, they better know what it is. They better know what it is. I am the most effective on these type of cases. I am the most effective on this type of work. And I done proved it time and time again. And we're going to continue to prove it, man. Like, share, subscribe. Always remember, fear the fire, fear the flames, man. I love y'all, man. Shout out everybody up in here. All this because the man wanted to lead Bad Boy. Good show, bro. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you, all my moderators and flaming raiders, man. Like I said, if y'all just coming in, hit the backfire. Hit the replay, man. Like, share, subscribe. Always remember, fear the fire, fear the flames, man. We up out of here. Peace.